that you silence your cell phones and any other electronics. This time, I'd like to please invite Dr. Reginald Wood from Life Changing Ministries to come forward and lead us in the invocation. Please stand.
Father God, we thank you for being an awesome God, a great God. And we thank you for the opportunity to have breath in our lungs and another day to live to be a blessing to other people. Father, we think about those that are facing tough times right now. Those in Houston, those in Florida, those in the Caribbean islands. Father, we pray that you continue to prevail with your help and your assistance and help those that are discouraged and are afflicted at this time. We ask you to help those in leadership in all areas, beginning with Washington, D.C., all of our leaders in that area, also Sacramento, and then also in our great city, San Bernardino. Father God, we thank you for being a blessing to each one of us. We ask for your wisdom, your knowledge to prevail. We need to hear from you. As we make decisions, help us to look at the bigger picture. Help us to not be selfish or self-centered in what we do. But let us be servants to the people, just as Christ was. We thank you, Lord, for giving us strength when we get discouraged, when we become weary, when we're criticized, when we second-guess ourselves, or when we've been hurt, maybe, by others. When it's all said and done, I thank you, Lord, that you are with us, and you'll help us to be strong and be focused. As we remember why we do this, why we are leaders, why we are servants. Help that re-energize our passion, our focus, and our purpose. We pray for our mayor. Help him, Lord, as he leads this city. We pray for our council members, that they likewise come together in unity as one force. And Father, even though at times we may disagree, I pray that we have a spirit of unity, because the Bible says very clearly that a house divided against itself shall not stand. And Father, I pray that we not sabotage our success through strife or contention. But Father, as you help us to forgive and help us to work together, I pray that at the end of the day, the citizens of this city are enhanced by our efforts. So right now, we just thank you for being present here at this meeting. Lead us, guide us, help us make the best decisions that will benefit the maximum amount of people in our city. I pray a blessing upon every leader here, upon our mayor and our council members. Bless them personally, bless their health, bless their minds, bless their emotions, bless their family, help them in what you've called them to do. And right now we submit this time to you. And we look forward to the positive things that you have for us today that will have great impact upon our city. We need your help. We ask you for it. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Woods. This time now, I'd like to invite Lee Stewart, 5th grader, Kendall Elementary, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Anybody who has their hat on, please take it off. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Lee, and thank you once again, Dr. Woods. I'd like to ask for the city attorney to report out from closed session.
Can you give me just a moment? I was expecting I would report out after the reconvene there, but beginning with item number C, under anticipated litigation or initiation of litigation, the case of City versus DeMerkel. Council gave settlement directive by a vote of 5-0, excuse me, with with councilpersons Barrios and Nickel absent. In the case of City versus Wilmington Trust, council gave settlement directive by vote of 5-0 with Barrios and Nichols absent. In the case of City versus Ferozi Ahmed, council gave settlement directive 6-0 with Councilman Nickel absent. In the case of City versus Arroyo, council gave settlement directive by vote of 5-0 with Barrios and Nickel absent. And then the item D regarding negotiations for real property matters. The case of Arden Guthrie, council gave a settlement directive by vote of 7-0 or by consensus. And that was all of the action taken in our closed sections thus far, Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Before we begin, I would like to add a presentation to recognize those who participated in one of the Police and Fire World Games from our police department. I'd like to ask the members of the City Council if there's no objection to proceed with such presentation. Thank you. All right, thank you. Direct your attention to the video. I'd like to ask Deputy Chief McBride to come forward and do you have any other attendees here? Please ask them to join us.
Yeah, this was a great opportunity for us as a department. With the World Games being located in Los Angeles, it was a great opportunity for our athletes to showcase themselves on a worldwide stage. And quite a number of them came home with medals, which was outstanding. So it's about recognizing those folks, and we do have a few of them here. So come on up and so we can recognize you. A few of them you might recognize from the pictures. So.
Thank you for that video presentation, and thank you, Eric. Certificate of recognition with being presented to the San Bernardino Police Department. The Mayor and City Council joined to celebrate the San Bernardino Police Department victories at the 2017 Police and Fire World Game. We hereby commend the department for its participation and commitment to preparation for the games. Your dedication is to be commended. We honor you for your hard work and dedication to the department and for bringing pride to our community. Thank you once again. Our next presentation is a proclamation of the Mayor and City Council declaring October 6, 2017 as Manufacturing Day. We're proud to have over 170 manufacturers located in the city. Some of them, Cott Beverages USA, which is a $2.3 billion publicly traded manufacturing company, Mars Pet Care, producer and distributor of distributed pet foods, MAPI, a world leader in products for the building industry, Garner Holt Productions, who celebrated their 40th year business, proudly leading the animatronics industry, and Farmdale Creamery, a producer and distributor of high-quality dairy products. These valuable companies employ over 3,400 people, and we're grateful for them choosing to do their business here in the city of San Bernardino. At this time, I'd like to ask Molly Burgess, Executive Director, Manufacturers Council, to come forward, a presentation of one of the proclamations. Proclamation of the Mayor and City Council designating October 6, 2017 as Manufacturing Day. Whereas the City of San Bernardino joins cities across the nation in recognizing October 6, 2017 as Manufacturing Day, a celebration of the modern manufacturing meant to inspire the next generation of manufacturers. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed on behalf of the citizens of San Bernardino, the Mayor and City Council do hereby declare October 6, 2017 as Manufacturing Day, and encourage our citizens to visit our local manufacturers and join in recognizing the value, diversity, and important opportunities they provide, serving our city, and trailblazing model for others to follow.
Representatives from Hot Beverages come as well. Photo?
Would you like to say a word?
Mayor Davis and council members, on behalf of the manufacturers in San Bernardino and in the Inland Empire, I'm very proud to be able to receive this proclamation. I also want to thank Cott Beverages, and we have Sam Taylor, who is the San Bernardino plant manager, and Rhonda Rada, who's the senior human resources manager. I want to thank them because they have supported the Manufacturing Council for years and years. In particular, their colleague, Pearl Virgin, who's the Regional Director for Human Resources, has served the MCIE for 10 years and served also as our chairman for 5 years. Pearl promoted the value of networking between other manufacturers and the local colleges, developing training programs to prepare employees for manufacturing. It's a terrible thing that kids drop out of high school or they go to college and they get big loans that they have to pay off, and then they don't get jobs. And they don't know that manufacturers are literally crying for trained employees. Nationally, by 2025, we will need to fill about 3.4 million manufacturing jobs, and only 1.4 million jobs will be filled. The purpose of MFG Day, Manufacturing Day, is for manufacturers to show students what manufacturing has to offer in terms of great careers. This year, over 1,200 students will join together at the Intech Training Center on the campus of California Steel Industries. They will learn firsthand what local manufacturers have to offer in terms of careers, and other events will be offered state and nationwide. The goal of the Manufacturing Council is to provide information on manufacturing to manufacturers, their employees, and the public at large. This Friday, the MCIE will host a manufacturing and education event where we will discuss building a K through 16 pipeline for apprenticeships and jobs in the region. Other events are on our website, mfgcouncilie.com. And February 15th, we'll have our 7th annual Manufacturing Summit at the Ontario Convention Center. So in the spirit of MFG Day, the one thing for your citizens to remember is to tell their sons and daughters that good paying careers in manufacturing are available, and that training is easy to get at the Intech Training Center and at the local community colleges, including San Bernardino Valley College. Tell them to get off the couch. And thank you again for honoring us and recognizing Manufacturing Day, and I'm going to turn this over to Sam.
Well, thank you very much, and I will echo what she has just said, because we've been in manufacturing for a long time, and I will tell you I feel very personally close to it and connected to it. You know, I think it's a backbone of America. It's what it's built on, and what we don't want is those jobs leaving. You want those jobs staying local, and that's what we do, and that's what we're proud of, right? Cott Beverage, it's a big company, big corporation. We got 19 plants around, and we feel that this one in San Bernardino is a very strategic location for us. It's very close to a large population, and that helps us. So our job is to maintain this, and my job, even closer to that, is to make sure that we stay competitive. And to do that, you know, it's good that you guys did take the time to recognize the importance of manufacturing, because it helps us to recruit that talent that we need to bring in. And she's absolutely right. We need to get more recognition around manufacturing and how it benefits not only the ones that are there directly, but also the community as it builds out a little bit further. One thing I also wanted to mention, I mentioned it before as I came up, you might say, why is this guy up there standing in an orange shirt? One of the things that we do is, you know, we employ about 145 individuals at our facility. One of the key foundational things for us is safety, and we wear an orange shirt every Wednesday to emphasize that, to bring awareness. We want everyone in our company to do that, because we want our employees to go home in the same form or fashion, if not better, than they came to work. So, and also second to that is quality. If you don't make a good quality product, your consumers will let you know that, because they're not going to buy it. So we stand behind our quality of our product. And you probably know some of the products that we make. We do a lot of Arrowhead sparkling water at our facility. We do about 20 million cases overall. She has a couple of the other samples of things. If you go in Walmart and you buy any of their soda, chances are it was made right here locally. The same thing with some of the energy drinks. We do a lot of those. So we're very happy to be here, and we're very happy that you guys did take the time to recognize the importance of manufacturing.
Next, I'd like to invite Reverend Rosenberg from Christian and Missionary Alliance Church to come forward, accept this resolution. Councilman Barrios, if you join me.
These are my teammates.
Welcome.
Team Jesus.
Resolution of the Mayor and City Council honoring Christian and Missionary Alliance Church. Whereas Christian Missionary Alliance Church recently celebrated its 65th anniversary in the city of San Bernardino, and whereas Christian Mission Alliance Church is a leader in service, uplifting, and ministry in the San Bernardino community, and whereas Dr. Alan Rosenberg was a recipient of a congressional commendation for his work in the community, and whereas Christian Missionary Alliance Church continues to be an example of commitment and compassion for the residents of our community, whereas Christian Missionary Alliance Church is a place for people to heal, to grow, drawing people closer to Christ and empowering them to fulfill their destinies through sound teaching and nurturing of their faith. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby congratulate Christian Missionary Alliance Church on their 65th anniversary and commend them for their faithful contribution to the community. Presented this 20th day of September 2017.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council, first of all, this is Team Jesus, and the Lord's work is always teamwork. So I wouldn't presume to come here alone, but brought some of my co-workers with me. The Christian and Missionary Alliance Church loves San Bernardino. Jesus loves San Bernardino. I love San Bernardino. And in the New Testament, in the book called Acts chapter 10, verse 38, we read, I sound like a preacher, don't I? We read that Jesus went about doing good. He went about doing good. And Christ is our example, and we try and do as much good as we can for as many people as we can, as often as we can. We're here for you. Anytime you need me, call me. We keep in our prayers, and we love and appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have also a presentation certificate from Assemblymember Reyes' office, and also, is there someone here from Senator Morell's office? If not, I will read this certificate of recognition presented by Senator Morell in recognition of your 65th anniversary and being honored by the Mayor and City Council of San Bernardino. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to expressing God's love and truth. Thank you for your efforts and resources to creating an environment to encourage strength, growth, and unity.
And on behalf of Assemblymember Reyes, we are proud to honor your 65th anniversary. Thank you for your love and faith you bring to the city of San Bernardino. Your efforts to develop Christian men and women in their spiritual and personal endeavors is to be commended. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. Next, I'd like to invite Councilmember Valdivia to come forward for Citizens of the Month.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to recognize Mr. Alcaraz. Danny, are you here, sir? Would you please come forward? Want to certainly recognize the good work of Danny Alcaraz and his commitment to the 3rd Ward. And my Citizen of the Month is Mr. Alcaraz for his bravery, courage, and his concerned investor time, talent, and involvement, zealous, enthusiastic, and neighborly. Sir, we're so glad and commend you for your civic engagement. I was first alerted to Mr. Alcaraz in his radio show, in his radio program. And Danny, I'm always impressed with certainly your ability to be the DJ on the radio show and bring all things very important to our community here. And unfortunate that the local radio station moved, but we're just excited for you, sir. We thank you. And I wanted to personally recognize you for your involvement here locally in our community. So without further delay, our Citizen of the Month is Mr. Alcaraz. There we go. And also recognizing Mr. Alcaraz is Senator Mike Morrell in recognition of being named the September 2017 Citizen of the Month by the Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your commitment, compassion, and devotion to your community. Your efforts are to be admired and commended. Congratulations and best wishes. Signed, Senator Mike Morrell from the 23rd District, September 18, 2017. And I think we also have a couple others, so please.
As well from Assembly Member Eloise Gomez-Reyes proudly joins with the Mayor and the City Council of the City of San Bernardino to recognize your exemplary service. The 47th Assembly District proudly thanks you for your dedication to your community. It is a true testament to this accomplishment. I hereby extend best wishes filled with continued success.
And from the Office of Assemblymember Mark Steinorth, we just want to say congratulations, Danny Alcaraz. We are excited for you winning this and John recognizing you, so we really support everything that you do in our community. Thank you.
And also, we have this lovely pin, and I want to certainly pass that along to you, sir. Congratulations on a good day for Danny Alcaraz. And finally, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Christian Missionary Alliance. Senator Morrell and I were at your church on the Sunday. We enjoyed the service. Mr. Farwick, good to see you in your 65 years of marriage to your beautiful bride, and we're just so grateful to God and His church for keeping you here in our community and certainly in my district. So we're very fond of you, Mr. Farwick. Thank you, sir. And Pastor Rosenberg celebrated 45 years of ministry at the church. Unbelievable. These guys are just record breakers, and we admire your contribution here locally, sir. Thank you. God bless you and your congregation.
And
City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, just something to note, we have Monica Lagos here taking pictures, and we thought it was nice. She's often asked for copies of pictures, and so we're making it our practice now to send copies of the pictures from the city manager's office on behalf of the mayor and full council, recognizing them so that they have their own pictures. Actually, she's come up with a nice, neat little frame that kind of has the city seal on it and recognizes them for being honored. So you'll all get pictures of your recognition by the council. And again, we're starting that this meeting, so it'll take us a couple weeks to get them out, but certainly within a couple weeks of the council meeting, you should have a picture from the mayor and council recognizing you again for your work.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's a great idea. Next, we'd like to invite Councilmember Barrios to recognize Student of the Month.
It's always a privilege to be up here to recognize one of our young students who are doing above average things in the community. And the gentleman that I'm going to be presenting today, really inspires this council member because he speaks my language. And I'm going to share a piece of an article of something about what he wrote. Raziel Jordan is our Student of the Month, and he was born in Iowa City, where he completed elementary and middle school. He moved from San Bernardino at the beginning of 9th grade and will graduate this school year in June of 2018. His family consists of his dad, Tavian, okay, who still lives in Iowa, and even though there is a distance, Raziel said that his dad is always there for him and loves him very much. His mom, Tamara, is a hairstylist, and he has one sister, Raja, who is an adult. His brother, Raiden, is a 7th grade student at Golden Valley, and his brother, Julian, is in the 9th grade and lives in Iowa. He has a dog, a boxer, named Nani. Raziel is very involved in sports. He's the captain of the football team as well as the wrestling team. He also runs track. As the captain of the football team, he leads the team in their effort to beautify the city, and they can be seen cleaning up Harris Hill Park. The football team also has a clothing drive for homeless. Even though he's not a member of the Campus Key Club, he attends their meetings and participates in their activities, which include cleaning the campus, raising funds for school events. Raziel is also a San Bernardino City Schools and San Bernardino County Schools student advisory member. Raziel has a grade point average of 3.5 and has narrowed his college consideration to Boise State, UC Davis, or the University of Iowa, where he will major in psychology. Raziel wants students in our district to know the following. Time is precious, but the time we invest in school is for our future, and we shouldn't take it for granted. Now, just to give you a little taste of what how intellectual his mind is, he wrote in an article that came out this past Sunday, teachers get a chance to change a life every day. Teachers get to help develop and challenge young minds, not just by sitting behind a desk, but by making their classes fun and mentally active. It's your attitude, your excitement, and enthusiasm that will have students ready to get a quality education. It is each and every single one of you who will make your students believe in themselves. In our article, you got to read the article. It goes longer, but I just want to present to you our captain of the Pacific football team, the student of the month, Mr. Raziel M. Jordan. Here's your certificate.
First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Benito Barrios and Mayor Davis. It's an honor to be up here, and I appreciate it. I will keep on trying to make every one of you proud. And I'd like to thank my coaches, Dr. Margaret Hill, my principal, Dr. Natalie Raimundo, and above all, my parents. Thank you.
And there are some other certificates. And this is from our Senator Mike Morrell. Certificate of recognition presented to Raziel Jordan, Pacific High School, in recognition of being named the September 2017 Student of the Month by the Mayor and the City Council of San Bernardino. Your academic advancements and outstanding efforts have made you rise above the rest. Congratulations and best wishes, Mike Morrell, Senator, 23rd District.
And on behalf of Assemblymember Eloise Gomez-Reyes, we just want to say that we are so proud to have you here in the city of San Bernardino for not only your academic achievements, but your extracurricular activities. And we hope that you can stay in California, but good, best wishes and congratulations.
It's a school night, so I want to be short. Just wanted to say congratulations from the office of Assemblymember Mark Steinnorth, Raziel, and just keep pushing and make your Pirates great at football this season.
Thank you, Councilmember Barrios, and very happy and congratulate Raziel for accepting that and earning that very deserving of recognition. This time, we'd like to turn the time over to Mike Grubbs. We will have a Mount Vernon Viaduct project update.
He's going to be joined by the San Bernardino Consolidated Transportation, I can't remember what CTA is, Transportation Authority, but we have Dennis Saylor here to give an update, and he's, remember, they're taking the lead on this project. So if you'd like to invite Mr. Saylors with you.
Sure. Dennis Saylor is with SBCTA, San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. They are our current managers for the project, and I'll turn the podium over to him.
Don't tell Ray I couldn't remember the name of your...
Okay. We still say sandbag every now and then.
Me too. That's what I kept thinking of.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and give a little update on the Mount Vernon Viaduct replacement project. In mid-2016, SBCTA and the city executed a cooperative agreement for SBCTA to take over the management of the environmental, the design, and the right-of-way phases of the project. And we also executed a memorandum of understanding for us to be the lead agency for all remaining phases of the project. So we'd just like to give a brief update on kind of what has transpired since that time and kind of where we're at and what the path is moving forward. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. Since these agreements were executed, we've been working on a number of different fronts. We have assumed the contract of the designer that the city had under contract, and we're working with them to advance the preliminary engineering work on the project. We're moving forward with the idea of trying to advance the design for eventually working towards a procurement package that we can move forward with on into construction. We're also working with updating the environmental documents. The original environmental clearance for the project was in 2011. Since that time, there's been some minor design changes and some updates that we need to go through the environmental revalidation process. We're updating the traffic study. We're doing detour studies. We have some technical studies for the environmental revalidation that we need to go through and look at just what's changed since 2011 and if there's any impacts that need to be addressed in these documents. So we're working through those right now. We anticipate being complete with that effort in 2018. We've also had a number of meetings and discussions with the railroads, particularly BNSF. We've had a number of meetings kind of working through with them what parameters we have as far as coordination of work between what we might do and what would be their forces would do in terms of executing the project. We're also looking at like what type of work windows we could reasonably expect in executing the project, and also just what their requirements would be for being sensitive on the demolition and construction of the new bridge, what we need to make sure, what parameters we need to build into our contract for that coordination work. We're also working with them as far as just identifying all the costs and potential funding that we can work out with not only BNSF but the other railroads as well. Also, we're going through updating all of our cost estimates. Our current cost estimate for the overall project is about $140 million at this point. So we're going through re-looking at all of the elements of work, making sure that we have a good handle on what those costs are. And in conjunction with that, we're working with Caltrans, with FHWA, other local agencies, including the railroad, to put together a final comprehensive funding plan for the project. On the legislative front, we've just recently been able to see AB 1523 executed, which gives SBCTA specific design build authority for this specific project. So we're now looking at utilizing the design build method as a way to be implemented on this project and expedite overall project delivery. So in conjunction with all this, we're also looking at our overall project schedule, looking at all the constraints that we have, the parameters that we need to go through as far as environmental clearances, how much level of design we need to do for a potential design-build contract, what the funding and procedural requirements are relative to working through with these agency approvals and the process that we need to go through to make sure administratively, funding-wise, that we've addressed all the issues that need to be looked at. So those are some of the things that we're working on a number of different fronts. Looking ahead at some of the next steps, one of the things that we're doing is we took an item to our committee and we'll be advancing to our board in a couple of weeks is for issuing a request for proposals for project management, construction management, or PCM services. So we would be looking to bring on this consultant onto our team to specifically work with helping us package up a final procurement package and also then moving forward into the day-to-day management and administration of the design and construction of a potential design-build contract. We're also, as I mentioned, looking at wrapping up all the environmental work, making sure that we've assessed all the current project impacts and addressing all the issues that there might be relative to that. We also anticipate being able, within the next 12 months or so, to start some initial right-of-way acquisition for the project. The new bridge is wider than the existing bridge, and so there is going to be some right-of-way that we're looking at for the project, and so we would be looking at starting those efforts probably sometime within the next 12 months or so in advance of getting ready for the project. We'll also be working on trying to finalize agreements with the railroad, with Caltrans, with FHWA, and making sure that we have, again, as I'd mentioned, all of our procedural funding and elements for moving forward with the project all in place for that. We've been working closely with city staff. We've appreciated their efforts and all the work that we've jointly been working on together, and we'll continue to work with them to keep city staff updated, and we're available to provide project updates here as well on an as-needed basis as we get more information moving forward. So our overall goal is to deliver the project as expeditiously as possible. We need to go through, and obviously the procedural things that we need to do as far as making sure that we have everything in place for such a large project like this, that we have all the agreements and approvals that we need from all the relevant agencies with that. So again, we thank you for partnering and the opportunity to be here this evening and give a little update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Could you explain the advantages of design-build and the importance of that legislation that was passed?
Sure. Conventionally, what you would do is once you have your final environmental approval, you move forward into detailed design and you acquire all of your right-of-way, and then at that point you actually you finish all your design, then you can go out and start construction. That's the traditional method. With design-build, what you'd be looking at is once we have our environmental clearance, we could potentially bring on a design builder who would be doing both the design and the construction together. And in this case, one of the advantages that we're looking at with design build is that we could quickly have the design for the demolition of the bridge so that we would have a contractor on board and be able to get the bridge down potentially sooner than if we were to go through the design bid build process.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel?
I guess one of the things that stuns me is the cost of this thing. You said 100 and how many millions of dollars?
$140 million.
$140 million. I was involved with RCTC when we built the Colton Crossing project, which was a major undertaking to create a flyover for the Union Pacific over the BNSF tracks. And that project was estimated to be $202 million. Major undertaking. Came in significantly under budget. I think it ended up being about a $93 million project. Huge engineering feat. Tremendous amount of work. Very extensive engineering and construction involved in that. Where are these costs coming from?
Well, there's a number of things, and as I mentioned, we're going through that process of looking at that. But we have Obviously, there's some right-of-way costs that we have as far as with the widening of the street and with the bridge. We also have, at this point, we have very narrow work windows because we've got so many tracks and trying to get in there to demolish the existing bridge, get in and put in new foundations, new bents, and build this new bridge over a working intermodal facility. The efficiencies in construction, whatever, are much more restricted than you would have if you were just building a new bridge with no traffic or anything going on with rail traffic with that. So,
Do we know what the original estimate for this project was?
Again, it was so many years ago, and quite frankly, I think we have a much better understanding of the construction phasing issues that he's talked about than we did really then. And so there were probably some efficiencies that were built into that just by being able, or at least allowing the bidders to have the perception that they were going to be able to do this all at once. This is going to require that we phase it, and it is going to result in increased costs.
It's a stunning amount of money.
Stunning amount
Stunning.
of money. Yeah.
One of the advantages to your question about design build is that by going with design build, we have the opportunity to get some value engineering and innovation in design. So, best case is going through that process. There may be some flexibility in designs or innovations that are worked into the project that could potentially lower the cost. So,
thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much for your presentation. I've been keeping tabs on this project thanks to Mike Grobbs. We call each other once a week, and he updates me. I'm like, what do you mean? It was $80 million 7 years ago, and it's obviously gone up for the reasons that you mentioned. I want to go back to Assembly Bill 1523, if I can. I know it was authored by Obernolte and co-authored by Assemblymember Reyes. And I understand that this legislation is specifically for our city. Is it available to other cities?
well, Tim Watkins is our
I'm just
Chief of
curious
Public
because
Affairs.
there was a lot, no? Oh, you can come up and talk.
Hi, Tim Watkins from SBCTA. This particular legislation was made exclusive for this project. Originally, it was drafted to be inclusive for municipalities to invoke
Throughout the state.
the opportunity, but for a variety of reasons, including some labor folks, we narrowed it down to this project because of the importance of the viaduct and getting that.
The urgency and I guess the safety issues that are involved.
We're very concerned, and so
not as much as I am.
I know, is to get this project done as quickly as possible.
Expedite it. Okay, thank you. Dennis, I really appreciate your presentation. I'd like to maybe perhaps get an update like this every quarter because things do change for one reason or the other. And I'm hoping that my residents are watching because it's an icon not only on the west side but throughout the city. And I'm pretty excited because we'll have a brand new bridge. It'll take some time. There'll be the demolition process and then the construction, and it'll be safe. It was built in 1934.
Yep. Yeah, so it'll be a good project. We're looking forward to moving it forward.
Yes.
So and working with the city with that.
And I think it is important to note, we will certainly bring regular updates quarterly if they work.
Yes.
But if there is our advancements, because there will be some periods that are much more active than
Sure.
others. But the important thing to note with this is, given the safety concerns, our goal is to remove the bridge as quickly as we possibly
Right.
can. There will be a period of time that will be very inconvenient for residents because we won't be able to immediately begin construction.
Right.
We're hoping, though, that with design build, we can move the project along as quickly as possible, but there will be a period of time where it will be very inconvenient. We'll try to make sure that the detour plans are very well laid out, that they're regularly marked, so hopefully that reduces the confusion of motorists.
Sure, and one of the complexities that I found out when I was first elected, there's so many agencies involved. You have BNSF, SBCTA, I got that right, the city, Caltrans, just a host of different agencies, and it's difficult and challenging to get everybody on the same page, but I think we're there now, and we're talking to each other, and that's really important. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And I
Councilman
guess
Nichol.
also with that, we are looking at doing an extensive public outreach with this project, just
And I'll
as
be
far
right
as-
there with you
Right.
and let
You know,
residents know.
Part of what we're looking at is to minimize impacts, obviously, to the public, to the railroads, to
Sure, the
everything.
disruption.
And so that's all part of the work that we're going through and trying to optimize schedules right now and looking at, how design build might work and optimizing how that may work out.
Yes.
Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, I was just thinking, given the amount of money involved here, is there an opportunity through project labor agreements to include local workforce to some degree in this project?
We've looked at that on different projects. That's obviously, as we have discussions with FHWA, that those are things that we can be
Yeah,
looking
it
at.
just sounds
So-
to me like this is a great opportunity for us to have some residual benefit for our community, given the amount of money that's going into this, and the opportunities to get individuals some experience in terms of some high-demand type skills that I think we're starting to see an increase in uptick in infrastructure projects, not only here but across the country, and I'd like to see us optimize those opportunities if possible.
We've just recently completed a pilot program on I-10 Pepper, for example, that institutes an incentive for that. That program from the federal side has been extended for 5 years, and so there may be some opportunity there.
Thank you. Any further questions? We appreciate your report.
Sure, thank you.
I'd like to next invite the Chamber of Commerce to come forward. Also like to recognize our school board president, Margaret Hill, who's joined us. Happy to have you here.
Good afternoon. I'm Leslie Stevens, Director of Sales and Marketing at the Residence Inn by Marriott here in San Bernardino, and I'm also a member of the Area Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. And I'm here with the news for the upcoming events for the next 2 weeks. Tomorrow, September 21st at 11 a.m. is the city's monthly Food Truck Fest at Court Street Square on Court Street between D and E Streets. Join us for a host of gourmet food trucks from throughout the Southland, from Argentinian to Vietnamese cuisine and everything in between. Colin wrote this. On the same day that the San Bernardino County Schools will be hosting their State of Education at the California Theater, 562 West 4th Street at 3:30 p.m. and later that evening. The National Orange Show Foundation's Wine and Food Under the Stars takes place at the National Orange Show, 690 South Arrowhead Avenue, featuring award-winning wines, gourmet food, and this year craft brews have been added. That's Thursday, September 21st from 6 to 10. Call 888-6788 for more information. On Friday, September 22nd at 6 at the Alta Vista Credit Union's car show will take place at 1425 Lugonia Avenue in Redlands. That phone number is 809-3643 for more information. And the San Bernardino Recreation and Community Services Department's Inland Empire Senior Games will take place on Friday, the 29th, and October the 2nd. Multiple venues and sports from tennis to 5K runs. That number is 380-5430. Thank you.
Thank you. Have some announcements from Assemblymember Reyes' office.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Carrie Davis, members of the council, and everybody here in attendance. I just wanted to let everybody know that next Friday, we will be hosting a civic engagement workshop at San Bernardino Valley College from 10 in the morning to 12 p.m. And we'll be having different speakers there talking about why it's important to get involved. The Office of Elections for the San Bernardino County will be there with voter registration cards, registering students and all those that are not registered to vote. And also the Fair Political Practices Commission will be there to talk about why it's important to keep your politicians accountable and how to file forms if you want to run for office. And we're really excited to host that. And it's going to be at Valley College, room B100. I have flyers for everybody. We are all welcome to attend. And please spread the news because we really need to get everybody engaged and on the table. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And before you leave the podium, would you please turn off the mic?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate the Chamber and Assemblymember Reyes providing that information update. We'll next turn the time over to our public speakers. First speaker is Carmel Rowe.
Okay. I love being first. Thank you. So there's a few things that I'd like to discuss today. First one I just want to be real quick about. The agreement with management partners and the agreement with various different consulting firms like Urban Futures. It seems to me after today that I had a meeting with some of the city staff, and it seems to me like maybe we're getting a handle on our city staff and maybe we're going to get a handle on some of our problems. But when I sit up here and I listen to people give you information, I know that they don't give you correct information coming from consulting firms. And I think before you blow off another $150,000, I think that you guys should really take a look at, hey, what are we really getting for that? And are these people really giving us the proper information? Or if we were to really dig into their work, did they give us information that's maybe not proper? With that being said, the next thing that I'd like to say is that I saw on item 17 that you guys are going to discuss the Marijuana Commission today, and I'd like to be a part of the Marijuana Commission. I'd like to be invited to be on the Marijuana Commission. Everything about it looked good. I don't know a person in this entire city who knows more about marijuana in this city than me. The ins and outs, the things that go on, the things that don't go on, the legalities of it, the law, in every aspect. I've spent probably now 7 years studying the law on marijuana. I do see that you guys want to not only have this commission, but you want to expend $50,000 on a consulting firm to maybe help. What I'd ask that you guys build the commission, and then that you come back and you revisit after the commission meets before you would expend $50,000. I think that Stephen Graham from the City Attorney's Office has done a real good job on trying to reach out to the marijuana community, and that's kind of odd coming from me. But I do believe that Stephen Graham has tried, and I would think that when you get that committee together, which I would hope would be soon because marijuana is out of control in this city, very bad, and it's giving cannabis, medical cannabis, and recreational cannabis a bad name. So before you guys would go ahead and approve that $50,000 expenditure, I would ask that you go ahead and you enact the committee. I'd ask to be part of the committee from somebody's handpickings. And I'd ask that, I read that there will be members from the city attorney's office, but I think the city attorney's office and Stephen Graham and Jelena, I think that they can handle it. I don't think that we need to just go right out and expend $50,000. I mean, I'd prefer to spend $50,000. Before I came here, I want to tell you there was a 12 to 16-year-old girl on the corner of Stoddard and East Street being prostituted out. Okay, I had to stop in the police station on my way over here to report it. I'd prefer to spend $50,000 eradicating that. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Porter.
Mayor, council, good people, glad to see you all here today. Excellent. I was just wondering, how could I start this? When I first started getting involved in San Bernardino politics, I took it upon myself to ask Ms. McCamick about medical cannabis. I was at a meeting, and the other team had actually even sent a spy in there. It was pretty interesting, but regardless of that, I brought it up, and you could tell she wanted to talk about it, but felt uncomfortable. And that's how all of you feel. I've asked every one of you. Some of them hide behind your job or whatever. You have your own personal reasons, religion, you haven't got enough money, whatever it is. You all have your reasons. But if you would have listened to the people that really cared about this 4 years ago, we would have saved a lot of money. Will you guys be willing to forego your salaries and pay back that money to San Bernardino that you wasted on an initiative that was a failure when it didn't need to be that way? You could have had this commission 4 years ago. We all could have got together and made something good for the city to vote on. And then we wouldn't have some strip club running the first marijuana dispensary. A strip club, Mr. Mayor. You made a mockery of us. That's uncalled for. And you should take responsibility for that. You've been the number one opponent of this the whole time. And you're like going against the grain. You're a good guy. You can see that there's positive things in everything. Because I know that's the type of person you are. Find some good things in this and get it done. And don't spend 50 grand. We have some of the best experts in the world here. Don't get it wrong. Thank you very much.
William Chelsea.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and audience. I would like to thank you for coming to terms with creating this Cannabis Commission or Citizens Advisory Committee, as it's being called, that the city has so desperately needed for a number of years. As a resident of this city with over 20 years of education on all subjects relating to cannabis, both pro and con, relating to history, cultivation, extraction and manufacturing techniques, medical studies, health and safety issues, synthetics, which I stood behind your band, which you will need to readdress soon, now that pharmaceutical companies are getting into the synthetic cannabinoid market. Religious use, state regulations, federal legal issues. I've traveled the state, the region, the city, talking with concerned residents, growers, distributors, manufacturers, elected officials of all sorts, and even the marijuana czar herself. All while providing you with what I would consider free professional advice from this podium or the one downstairs in the building next door. That would have brought us to this same conclusion of creating this advisory committee to decide how, as a community, that we want or need to regulate this. With that said, I have a few issues with the item brought before you today. First off, the qualification requirements for appointment are poorly defined, and coupled with the mayor's ability to make 2 appointments for every appointment that he disagrees with, potentially stacks the deck. Also, there is no residency requirement to prevent out-of-town consultants, paid lobbyists, and other so-called carpetbaggers from taking control and directing the city in this billion-dollar industry. Lastly, there is no patient or citizen representation. The people of this city and the patients who use this medicine should have a voice between those who wish to continue prohibition and those who wish to end it simply for a profit. As San Bernardino's arguably most trusted name in cannabis, I ask that these issues be resolved, and I ask for your support in ensuring that I'm included in any future decisions regarding this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public speakers. Do we have any other more speaker slips? Nope. Thank you. Now I'll move to consent calendar. Councilmember Mulvihill, do you have anything to pull?
I have none, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard?
I have none, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Nickel?
Items 14 and 15.
Councilmember Charette?
No, sir.
Councilmember Valdivia?
Items 14 and 15.
Councilmember Barrios?
None, sir.
Councilmember Marquez?
Number 13.
Thank you. And I will pull item number 12. City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor, I have a slight correction on the draft minutes that are included in the packet for the September 6th meeting.
We have, if you're talking about the vote on the consent, we've passed out corrected minutes, and you all have them in front of you.
These were on the closed session items, where it appears that that we increase the cap as to each of the 4 marijuana cases. Is that what you're referring to? It appears if you read the draft that there's a cap on each of the 4 marijuana cases of $75,000. Actually, we have one law firm representing the city in all 4 of those, and the cap applies to all 4 cases combined. So it reads as though if one was reading that, it appears that there's a $75,000 cap for each of those, and perhaps clarity would remedy that.
Would you be willing to pass it with agree to the changes, or do you want me to pull it, to bring it back?
I think it's a simple matter of correcting it,
Okay.
of just indicating.
So approve with corrections then?
Yes. That would be my recommendation. It's a relatively minor matter, but as you read it now, it's a little bit deceptive.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
And Mr.
So item
Mayor?
number 12, 14, and 15 have been pulled.
And I would like to request that we
And-
remove.
And 13, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, and 13? Was that you, Councilman?
Okay, Ms. 13. And also, I would like to request that we remove agenda item number 11, and I'll bring it back at a future meeting. There's just a point of clarification that we need before presenting this to the council.
Thank you. We have a motion to move in second. Please cast your votes.
I'm sorry, I'm going to need to take a voice vote because it's showing me as the mover, so I'll need to make some corrections. So, please, who made the motion?
Second.
And Mr. Valdivia seconded. Ms. Marquez? Yes. Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Mr. Charette? Oh.
I'll come back. Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Mr. Charette? Ms. Richard? And Mr. Mulvihill? The item passes 7-0.
I will need to step down from the dais for item number 12 and 14 for the discussion to take place for those 2 items. We'll turn the time over to Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Charette, if you can take those 2 items
What
first.
point of order, sir? Mr. Mayor, can you state your abstention as to departure on those 2
Yeah,
items?
I have a financial conflict.
Well, it's not going to be discussed. If you pulled it,
No, it's to be discussed.
nobody pulled it.
I pulled it.
He pulled it to
I
recuse
pulled.
himself.
Right.
To
I
discuss it, he pulled
Right.
it, but
Normally,
he's going to
So
leave.
that- so that you can-
normally if he's going to abstain, then he would just state his abstention on the record. If no one else wanted to discuss it, then it would be part of the consent
And no
calendar,
one else did.
noting your abstention.
All right, so then we can take 12.
So move approval with your abstention. There you go. Except you're not voting on it anyway, so move approval.
It's not going to be discussed.
And Mayor, you also need to state what the nature of your financial interest is for the record.
It's a donation. Transtech.
And that's on item 11, or
No, that's on item.
Item 12.
12.
on item 12. So the motion was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Ms. Marquez? Yes. To approve this with, Ms. Marquez? Mr. Barrios? Mr. Valdivia? Mr. Charette? Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Mr. Mulvihill? Item passes.
All right, so with item 14, that was pulled by Councilmember Nichol and Councilmember Valdivia.
Correct, so that would be the same abstention. So when we get to that item, you can just leave the dais and the Mayor Pro Tem can handle that item.
Okay, so we'll next take item 13. Councilmember Marquez.
Yes, this item is 13A, installation of debris netting under the Mount Vernon Bridge at the BNSF Rail Yard. Good evening, Mike. I support this item wholeheartedly, but I do have a few questions. I did receive some calls over the weekend. How long would this process take, and will it be necessary for the bridge to close to complete this process?
The answer to the last question, the bridge will not close during this particular work. The work will all be done underneath the bridge, and most people driving across the bridge will not even realize that any work is occurring. But as far as the length of time that will take, it shouldn't take more than about 10 to 15 days, actual work days, in order to complete the project. There are 10 locations where the contractor will need to install the netting, and those should take about 1 day each. And that's going to be dependent, too, of course, on the windows of opportunity which are given to us by BNSF while the contractors under there working.
And the weather as well.
Yes.
So primarily, it will not cause any disruption to the flow of traffic or pedestrian traffic or the work completed by BNSF staff?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, if there are any other questions, move for approval.
A motion is second. Any further discussion? City Manager, did you have a comment? No.
On item 13, the motion to approve was made by Ms. Marquez, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and it passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll turn the time now over to Mayor Pro Tem Charette.
Item 14 is a streetlight program update and Fifth Amendment to the vendor services agreement with Quality Light and Electrical Amendment to the VSA with Quality Light and Electrical for streetlight repair services. It was pulled by both Councilmember Nickel and Councilmember Valdivia. Either one, you want to go first? Go ahead. Okay.
I do have some questions on this. I know that in the recommendation is to receive an oral report on the status of the streetlight program, and so I do believe that it would be appropriate to get that oral report. I do have some questions, but I'll reserve those. Perhaps some of my questions will be addressed in the oral report.
Okay.
Good evening. The overall report for the street lighting is in the works right now. We have several items that to consider for the next steps for the installing street lights or replacing the missing one. One of the neighborhood for the Broadway high voltage street lights, that's a separate small project. It's undertaken right now. I'm preparing the RFP to send out to redesign the street lights from high voltage to a low voltage kind of system. And we'll put it out for design, and we'll follow up with the contract to construct the project. The second item on the street light will be the knockdowns of the street lights poles, which is we have so far outstanding list of 200 right now in the city. Last year we reconstructed back 56 street light poles completely from ground up. So we're going to follow this year and take that item as a separate contract, put it out together so we can hit all the poles at the same time. So we can have one contract to rebuild the whole missing list of that. The next item will be is to come to look at the city-wide streetlight LED conversion. And that's a little bit bigger project that we have to look at and engage a design engineer who specializes in lighting and to give us an opportunity to understand what it steps to move on from the system we have right now to convert it into LEDs. So all of these three different scenarios of the streetlights will be coming between now and early next year as far as preparing RFP, put it out, get consulting on board, and the contractor.
And if I could just kind of expand upon that. As the council's aware, there have been issues for years with the city's streetlights. Half the system is owned by the city, half of it is owned by Edison. There are some opportunities through Edison to consider purchase of the system and then upgrade of systems. So again, they're two unique systems, but there are opportunities that exist with each one of them. At the same time, we have portions of our city that are serviced by very old systems, and quite frankly, most of those are in the Edison areas, but we do have some that are located in city areas as well, and it's very difficult to find parts for those. And in fact, it's really near impossible, and so some of the delays that you're seeing with respect to repairs are related to the fact that it's taking weeks and in some cases, a month or more to get the parts that are needed to do that. We recognize that we need to remove those and upgrade those areas within our community, but there are other needs in other areas as well, and so each one of these systems has kind of a unique set of circumstances that make it difficult to repair. So we've tried to break this project down so that we can ultimately restore the viability of the whole system and address the outages citywide rather than dealing with it on a ward-by-ward basis. So what we're attempting to do is to separate from the ongoing repair and maintenance, just your day-to-day that any community would experience, maintenance of streetlights, and that's the contract that we have with Quality Lighting, and we're requesting that you extend that because it is important that we periodically go out to bid and to make sure that you're receiving the best cost possible. That's for the ongoing system. There are really three other elements to this, though. We have 19 unique areas that have very, very old, it's the oldest infrastructure in the city, very old lighting systems. We've attempted to prioritize those. We started with Broadmoor as kind of a pilot project, and he's in the process of preparing the plans and specifications to go out and repair that system. But long-term, we need to repair all 19 of those because in those 19 areas, it's very difficult to get the parts that are needed. I'm hoping, I guess, that as part of a larger citywide analysis, which we're also undertaking, that there may be some strategies to expedite the reconstruction of all 19 of those, hopefully within about the same amount of time. But we're looking at, as part of that citywide assessment, which is really the second project, part of that analysis will be what is the necessary fix to get it so we once and for all have the system that we can maintain effectively. And again, it's going to be unique to the different areas of the community. And then looking at financing options to expedite the repair of the system where it's needed. I certainly know 19 areas are going to be part of that high priority, but we probably have some other areas of the city that need major repairs. And this assessment will help us understand what that is and then look at some financing tools so that we can accelerate the repairs rather than having to wait for annual CIP projects, but expedite all of those repairs and get the system to one that can be easily maintained. There's also the third component of this, which is the knockdown street poles. I don't quite know why, but at some point it was probably a funding or a capacity issue. We've now collected at least 200 areas or poles in the community that we know have been knocked down and not replaced. We're asking for authority to let us go out to bid, have someone get all of those replaced, and then on an ongoing basis, make sure that we just repair those rather than collecting them. And I think Councilmember Valdivia commented one day that they're capped off, and rather than doing that, have those repaired on an ongoing basis as they're knocked down. Certainly, we will try to get the insurance recovery. A lot of them are being knocked down as part of traffic collisions, and certainly, while I understand people have financial needs, if you knock down a city pole, we need to recover from your insurance proceeds to be able to repair the light, and then make sure that money is used to repair those in a timely manner. So we really see this as four components. Broadmoor is just a beginning point, but we have other areas of the community that need to be addressed in that same way. We're starting with this one, but really the goal is to find some financing options to allow us to accelerate the repair to the system as a whole. Okay.
Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you, Fred. I do have several questions. So the 877 that is mentioned here on back of page 317, what portion of the 327, I'm rounding up, $327,000 will attack the issue of 877,000?
Wait, I'm sorry, ask your question again because I'm not sure I was with you.
So second paragraph on page 317. you suggest that there's a $877,000 upgrade for Broadmoor high voltage system.
Right.
On today's packet, or agenda item number 14, the amount is 326, which is conceivably much less than what you cite here. So help me understand what the variance and what the $327,000.
They're really two unrelated things, and I asked Martin to come up too, but those are really two unrelated things. One is for maintenance, and one, the reference to the $800,000 is money that was set aside by this council as a CIP project to upgrade systems. So, sorry, I will.
Yes, Councilman Valdivia, as the city manager indicated, the 877 was a capital improvement program project that we had for dealing with two elements. One was the high voltage lighting system on Broadmoor, and then part of the remaining dollars of that 877 after the Broadmoor project is done is to do the citywide lighting study and analysis, as we talked about. The other items here that we're talking about tonight, the 377, or I shouldn't say, it's not 377, it's the 326. These are expenses that we've incurred last year as a result of replacing those 54 knockdown poles. Normally, knockdown poles have not been paid for out of our operating budget. They were paid for they weren't paid for, quite frankly, which is how we got to a list of 200. So what happened to staff as they started to realize we were getting way behind, they started replacing some of the knockdown poles. What that impacted was our ability to complete our maintenance operations, because now all our maintenance dollars are going to repair knockdown poles. So what we've had to do is, at the end of the fiscal year, this 326 is essentially going to cover the cost for additional maintenance repair expenses we incurred, or the knockdown replacement poles that we incurred to true up the 2016-2017 budget. And then that will come out of this year's dollars, because we anticipated that expense coming forward and put that additional amount in the 2017-2018 operating budget. And now we'll have adequate funds to do our maintenance repair for the remainder of the fiscal year outside of the knockdown poles, because that's going to be taken care of by this larger capital improvement project.
Well, and I think the larger question really is, we've been talking about this historically in the city. And I'm done with excuses. Frankly, it's outrageous to think that we're still having conversations that this is not a city manager issue, on a protocol issue, so that on that form, when fire and police get out there, the Public Works Department is summoned either via emergency services to get out there, or SoCal Edison is somehow the poles knocked down because there's fear of electrocution or what have you. Why isn't there a protocol in place so that it's just by second nature some reimbursable?
There is now, but it wasn't last year. So we're trying to fix it for last year, and we've made some improvements, and that's why we're asking for budget authority to increase that to pay for it. But it is now a protocol that we are actively being very aggressive at obtaining those dollars, and then the money's going to be used on an ongoing basis. But unfortunately, I can't go back and collect that. We're trying to put together data now to have a good understanding of how far we might be able to go back. But
that's fine.
Going
so
forward,
you're suggesting that the problem is fixed. The protocol has been patched.
Yes.
The gap has been filled,
Yes.
and you are taking responsibility on this protocol.
Yes.
So going forward, we're not going to have this problem issue.
You're going to have a couple of things,
Yeah.
though. Still, we still have a tremendous capital improvement issue, which is not going to be fixed through knockdown pole and recovery from insurance companies. We have a significant capital improvement program that needs to be undertaken to once and for all fix the systems, because if you knock down a street line on Broadmoor, there's a high probability we'll never get the pole for it, because it's so old.
Sure.
They don't even make those poles anymore. No, but we might have to go rob it from one of the oldest cities in California to be able to replace that pole. So there is a major capital investment that has to be made, and we're trying to quantify what that capital investment needs to be. That's why we're asking, and did, as you approved the capital improvement budget, asking for the money to do the citywide assessment and really break down of all the poles that we own and Edison owns, what is the issue with respect to that pole and that system that is causing us not to be able to repair it in a timely manner. And then from there, we'll know what the true cost to fix the whole system is, and whether we have options to even fix Edison's system. from there, we're going to look at financing options, because one of the things I think is critical, you have been dealing with this for a long time. I was here years ago, and we were talking about it then. So it's at least 5 years and probably longer as I look at the age of your streetlight system, and then look at financing options so the council has some potential to look at things like you've talked about, infrastructure financing districts and a whole host of other things that we might be able to use to leverage to give us the funds to repair the system and pay that off over time, because it is such a critical community-wide issue. That's different than the day-to-day repairs that need to be made. We have not, in the past, allocated sufficient funding just to deal with the traffic collisions that occur and the knockdown poles and the streetlights that are still going to go out even after we make this major capital investment. And what I'm suggesting to you now is we have systems in place so that we're being aggressive in recovering the dollars when someone does knock down one of our poles, and then that money will be used to go right out and fix that pole and do it rather than waiting until we have 200 of them, but doing it on an ongoing basis, and then having the contractors in place to be able to do that.
Great. So I'll move for approval on this without, yes.
I just want to make one clarification. The knockdown poles, not every knockdown pole results in a traffic accident or an injury. So the police department, there's a number of fair percentage of those knockdown poles that are just hit and runs, where people have hit them and they're taken off, and so there's no responsible party. And unless somebody reports it and tells us, so we can get somebody out there to try and get a report or apprehend the guy before he takes off, those are just instances where we end up incurring a cost.
And yet, and he's correct, and we do unfortunately have an awful lot of those. I mean, I can't imagine hitting a city streetlight and not calling someone, but it happens. But anyway, I wouldn't. I don't know.
I was just going to say that. Like, how do you hit a streetlight pole
and not notice
it? Your airbag going off, right?
I'm surprised you can even drive away if you
Seriously?
But I guess you can.
All right.
It happens.
Well.
But we recognize that is part of our obligation to maintain this community, and we realize that if we don't maintain this city, we have to take pride in the community, and so we're going to be coming to you and saying, gosh, we think on average we're recovering maybe 25% of the cost, or whatever that ends up being. We're going to track it and get a good understanding, and then we're going to recommend that each year you allocate a sufficient amount of general fund dollars to cover that budget so that we can maintain them going forward. And
Andrea, the point that I'm trying to convey is we certainly have, we've I think, have a lot of lessons to be learned here, and we need to come beyond that. And I appreciate what you're trying to put in place here. At the end of the day, residents want streetlights back on. That's what I'm concerned about: is restoring power, restoring streetlights, and restoring the issue for many sidewalk and pedestrians and whatnot. So, also I just got a text this afternoon that Scenic Drive. So, Rebecca, I don't know if you take notes or who takes notes for the city manager. But Scenic Drive, it's on an old power outage or Southern California Edison distribution line, and so now those lights have just gone out. So if you would please, the city manager, I appreciate your attention to that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that we're finally following up on the cost recovery. It's one of the common complaints I've heard. I have some residents that have been around for an awful long time, and they know what's been done and what hasn't been done, and this is something I hear consistently. Why aren't we recovering some of these costs? And if we are, why aren't the poles being replaced? So I appreciate that. On another front, in terms of cost recovery, can you just explain quickly the relationship between the city and Edison and the obligation of Edison to maintain those poles, to maintain those lights? What's our obligation? And in terms of this feasibility study, are we responsible for the bill on this? Does Edison share any costs related to this? How does all this work?
I'm going to ask Martin to talk about the relationship with the city and Edison, but I want to talk about the study. And Edison does have certain obligations to maintain their systems, and by the way, every ratepayer pays an amount of money, and Edison's supposed to divert or save a portion of that money for system-wide improvements. And I've been in other areas where it's been determined that Edison is not investing in their system, and there's a process through the California Public Utilities Commission you can go through, and again, Martin can kind of expand upon that. But I do want to talk about the study. The feasibility study, I think, is critical for us, and certainly I will ask Edison if they'd be willing to pay for a portion of it. But I think the fact of the matter is, we probably want to pay for that ourselves and have it be really a true analysis about what the obligations of Edison is, what are steps that we can take to ensure that as we're improving our system, that they're also committing the resources, and also give us an understanding of what would it take if we wanted to ever assume control of the Edison system. A lot of cities right now, especially in LA and Orange County, are working with Edison to determine the cost to actually purchase out the Edison system, because some of the cities that are frustrated with the time that it's taking to convert to LED and other newer technologies. And so some of those cities have said it is so important to us that we want to purchase those streetlights so that we can convert to that new technology, and the way they feel that it ultimately is in their best financial interest is because we pay for the electricity. So even though it's an Edison system, we we pay for the cost of the electricity that's running through it. So there's an incentive for us to have all those transformed to newer technologies that obviously cost less in terms of utility services. So some of the cities are looking at that, and I think it would be important for us to have our own consultant. And I think if Edison pays for a portion of that analysis, they're going to expect to help guide the work of the consultant, help guide the analysis. And again, I think we want to make sure that it's truly an independent analysis that tells this city council and mayor what are your options related to the Edison portion of your city system. So, and then in terms of Edison relationship?
Certainly with Edison, we certainly report to them when there are outages that are reported to us. Obviously, Edison's timing is somewhat
their own
critical, yeah. They obviously have a lot of issues they have, and sometimes it takes a long time. I think as some of you may have experienced recently with trying to get Edison lights fixed. We need to establish a better relationship with Edison and try and get a better understanding about what some of the delays are that are causing, and why some of the things that have been taking on a long time are not getting fixed. A number of the issues with the lights we have to be concerned about is that a lot of these lights are just hung off of existing power poles. So to take those over may be somewhat difficult, and that's part of what the analysis to look at, which are independent systems, which are not dependent upon being hung off existing power poles, and which ones aren't, and how we can separate that to see whether it's a viable alternative for us to take those over. On the other hand, I know that the PUC has also been on Edison about making their improvements, because their last tariff, they had asked for increases in the rates, and they were given them, but they were also way behind on their capital improvements, so they had to come up with a much more comprehensive plan. So one of the things that we need to do is, again, get a better job to get a better understanding of where they are in relationship to that capital improvement plan as it relates to the service area of the city of San Bernardino. So we do have some work to do with Edison, and we will continue to pursue that as we move forward, as the city manager indicated, as we move forward with these other initiatives on our comprehensive street lighting system.
I'll take mine after Councilman Mulvihill has had his hand up for a while.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm looking at Broadmoor, and I know I can't let this pass. Broadmoor has not had any streetlights for 2 years, and they've been promised time and time again that it's going to take place, last winter, this spring, or something like. And now I find that the design won't be completed until the spring of 2018.
Yes, I mean, we're getting ready now. Mahmood has had the RFP ready to go out. We're going to get the consultant or designer on board. We have to design a whole new system. It's not just replacing poles and lights. We have to replace the whole conduit system from basically the Edison connection, the entire length of Broadmoor. We need new conduit, new wiring. It's direct burial wire, which is one of the reasons every time they fix something, the sprinklers go off or it rains, and next thing you know, it shorts out the system.
It should be in some sort of a
it's going to be much more. It's going to be a low voltage system, so it's not
and
the high
it's
voltage.
going to take until spring to get all that done.
Well, you've got to design it. You've got to look at where the conflicts are with the other existing utilities that exist in that right of way. There's water crossings. There's a number of crossings along both east, west, and north, south along Broadmoor where we've got utilities that cross. They've got to look at all of those. They've got to design the load. In terms of one of the issues we talked about was the lighting, the existing light poles, whether we can salvage those or whether we have to go with new poles.
I think you can probably pretty much say that we're going to go with new poles. Those poles that are there, I know there's one, you spoke to the North End group. Given the length of time that this has been I've seen all those poles. And they're all at least cracked, if not the rebar is showing. They're unsalvageable. They're not historic there's other historic things that we can preserve. No, we're going to need new poles there.
So with that, then there's a time frame for the lead time for ordering poles. I mean, lighting is not just an off-the-shelf issue, especially something like this. It's one of those things where you have to order the poles have to be manufactured, then brought in, so that there's all these lead times come into play in terms of the delay. It looks like that from your perspective, maybe the residents' perspective of why it seems to be taking so long. But we are on the track. The dollars have been allocated. We have it in our work plan.
Because it's going to be 3 years then.
No, from the way this looks at, it's going to be 2018. We're 2017 now, so we'll be coming to the council early this year to award the design work, and then at that point in time, we hope to have design work done by near the end of this fiscal year, which will allow us hopefully to go into construction either the end of this fiscal year or the summer of 2018, which is less than a year away.
And I think the most important thing is that I will assure you that this is a realistic time frame, so you can mark on your calendar when this is going to happen, and we will have it done. There's actually an engineering analysis. I mean, our engineers and public works staff can support this and know that they can deliver the projects to you. I think one of the things that we've talked a lot about is we have to know what we can truly deliver and what we can't. This took into consideration all the other things that we need to get done so that we know that when we commit to you that this can actually happen.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, and just on the maintenance, to me, this is a public safety issue. When the lights go out, bad things happen, and the sooner we can get a handle on this, the better. And I know we've been working on this, and I know it's, for better or worse, we've had successes and we've had some challenges in terms of how to proceed. But one of the common requests and comments I get from residents is, well, what is the status? I reported a light out months ago. It's still out. Are you going to fix it? And some time ago, we got a report that said there was about a 6-month backlog in terms of repairs. Do we have sort of a general ballpark in terms of when residents come to us, we can give them a response in terms of when they can anticipate more of these regular types of street light repairs to be done? Another issue I've heard with the LEDs, we do have some, I believe we have some LEDs in certain parts of the city right now, and there seems to be some variation in terms of the amount of light that they give off, but there doesn't seem to be a standard. One of my prior lives, I actually did a study on lighting, and we came up with some standards at public transit stations based on security analysis and so forth. Are there some standards that people can expect, especially with these LEDs? And what is the time frame in terms of the backlog of the existing regular maintenance and repairs that have to be done?
Before Martin gives you an estimate of what is a reasonable backlog, I think something is important. We've noticed, because now we're trying to trace the entire system and create we call it the CRM system or your SV Direct system, but we're trying to trace all those calls because we're finding that there's duplication in some areas, and the example I used with the council a couple weeks ago that exists with our street lighting system, because of the way we haphazardly catalog complaints coming in, we have some situations where you may have 3 different crews respond to a mattress, and then we have other mattresses in the community that no one gets to. So we have a group of employees representing each city department now going through our entire call system and identifying how those calls come in and making sure that we always have that one point of contact so that they're all getting into the system and all being cataloged, and then working them through, because unfortunately we've not also invested in technology, and so we have systems like, for instance, our Public Works Department, where someone then is rekeying all of that information into a completely separate work order system. And so this group now is looking at ways that we can provide technology that will then allow that, because unfortunately that is creating a huge amount of delay, and it's creating potential errors. It's waste, but it's also creating potential errors, because if you have someone key in that information wrong, a call taker has taken it, They've taken the time to make sure that they repeat the address back or the area, the location back to them so they know that they have good information, but if it's rekeyed in wrong later, and it is creating issues in our system. So we're looking at technology advancements to be able to make sure that information flows continuously through the system and to the departments, and then is actually going to a department where someone is responsible, much like telephones. It irritates me. The directors will tell you this. We should have a phone in every single city department that does not just ring, it is answered, so any resident can call that department and get a live body on the phone who can then direct them to the individual who can assist them. So we're working toward that, but kind of likewise with this system, we want to create a mechanism so that every department has someone there who's going through those CRMs as they come in and immediately dispatching them to employees or to consultants, contractors, whomever is responsible for taking care of that so that it's taken care of in a timely manner. So that system, I would anticipate in the next 30 days or so will undergo significant overhauls. We are going to require some technology. We have the funding to do that, and so we've approved some technology advances that will help make that workflow more seamless, and that will help reduce the amount of time, and then also reduce the problem that we're experiencing when we have to rekey in information. We're also looking at our Go Request system because we have a Go Request system that, unfortunately, great system. Someone can use their telephone and report violations, but we had never gone through the process of realizing that if it takes you a couple minutes, maybe you're driving along and you realize there's a street light out and you say, gosh, I need to request service on this, but you put it in from your house, then it logs your house as the location, and that's been a problem for our graffiti systems, our lighting systems, and some of the other pothole type complaints and things. So we're going out, there's no pothole there. Well, it's because the resident didn't capture the data at the time, they're capturing it later, and so we're trying to fix those systems so it gives us a better, rather than chasing around the city, we don't have time to waste, we have too many things that need to be fixed. So rather than doing that, we're trying to fix those systems so that we know that you're putting in the data as opposed to letting it capture the data when you may not be at the physical location where you've noticed the graffiti or the light. So again, I think by looking at all of our systems and tracing back, we can reduce some of the time. And now in terms of the time today, as we're fixing those systems, what's reasonable?
Probably in the neighborhood of 2 weeks, because we're having to go back and look at, as the city manager indicated, we're having to look at our own systems because we're finding things where people had left and then the CRM weren't routed them, so we've got a number that we're trying to determine what has been done, what hasn't been done, and keying those.
So
we're in the
it's
process
a
now.
2-week turnaround time?
Yeah,
From the time somebody...
once we know that the system is fixed, and I think we've got it internally now where we can fix it. Once it comes in, we know who's going to get it. They will, at that point in time, send it over to the contractor. The contractor will respond within 2 weeks. Now, whether he can fix it, whether it's a bigger issue that, there's an issue with the wiring down, or if it's a simple bulb change, those should be done relatively quickly. It's the stuff that's where it's underneath the ground infrastructure that requires the road to be dug up, or it's back in somebody's backyard that we have to gain access to. Those issues are a little more problematic because we do have areas where power runs between properties. It's not a right-of-way. There's an easement, but not a right-of-way there, so we can't gain access to it. We have to trace it. Some of those are a little longer, but simple things should be done within 2 weeks.
And then we're also establishing within the system a reporting back mechanism so that when we get out there and we say, gosh, this isn't a normal one, or hopefully it is a normal one and it's fixed, but if it's not a normal one, something that then goes back to the caller so they have a sense requires additional electrical service, and here's an estimated time frame. So some reporting back mechanism so that residents get more information back from the system to know what they can expect in terms of a time frame.
Okay, anything further? We have I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Miller, I just want to be assured that, because I know that in the next few weeks we'll be interviewing for Public Works Director, that whoever may be appointed needs to know that this is a priority in the entire city. It's not ward-specific, it's throughout the city.
The Public Works Director who will be appointed in this city will have prior Public Works experience at a major municipality, one that I can validate that they actually have experience as a Public Works Director and has worked not only on streetlight systems, but on capital projects so
Right.
that when a council member is requesting a time frame for completion of a CIP project, that we have people who understand the process and can give timeframes that we can actually complete. So-
Exactly, realistic timeframes, and that we'll work with Edison, we'll work with city staff, with the residents, because it is dark.
Yes.
It is dark out there, and now that we're entering fall, the time is changing, and it's really critical, and it is a safety issue.
And something that you raise, and I'm kind of prepping you for a future discussion, certainly we have limited resources, and you saw a capital improvement budget that you adopted. In a couple weeks, Martin will be bringing back a work plan, so you see exactly what the timeframes are, so you can know when to expect those projects to be delivered. And as part of that, we certainly each year will have some amount of money that we can spend on major infrastructure improvements in the city, which are as important as the day-to-day operational services that we provide. They really are, because developers and people who are thinking about investing in our community look at the quality of our infrastructure, our public buildings, all those things speak to the kind of community that we are. But when we complete this analysis, one of the things that we are going to suggest is that we look at ways that we use the resources that we do have, leverage those so that we can actually accelerate the repair to this system, because I do believe that this is probably, I get the potholes in the streets, and that's important, but our street lighting system, I think, is one of the most important systems we have, and it is a public safety issue. And so our goal would be to come back to you with some ways that we can finance that, complete the work now, citywide, and then pay for that over time. And so we will be exploring those and then give the council some options on ways to get that project done sooner as opposed to later, rather than waiting for multiple years
Right.
to have that project come to
I would like to see that very much, because lighting is essential.
Yes.
And thank you for the good work, Martin, and both of you.
Mr. Barrios? Thank you, sir. Three things. First off, as far as on the East Street corridor between Baseline and Highland, there has been, a history of the lights continuously going out. Is this system going to be replaced with what we're going to do there? Because I've been told, it's not the copper thieves no more, it's a system that keeps failing. Because we have an adult school there on the corner of Baseline in East Street, and they've actually said, how can we partner with the city to keep these lights on because of the safety factor with the students going to school at night? So that's my first question. Also, will those lights in that section, I'm not sure if there's any other like that in the city. They're the older style type of street lights. Are they going to be replaced, or is just the system going to be replaced? And my third thing I'll
Go ahead.
ask is,
Hope I can remember all of them.
I'll reiterate if you need me
Okay.
to. Are we also looking at inside our the resident districts, as far as not just the corridors, but also inside, where our citizens are living?
I'm going to let Martin handle the Baseline one. I think it is one of the 19, but anyway, we'll deal with that one because, again, I don't remember what system is there. But the goal would be to fix the lighting in the entire city, residential areas everywhere. It's as critical. Certainly it's critical on the corridors, but it is critical in our residential areas as well. So the goal would be to do that citywide. And I don't remember if Baseline is the 19.
Baseline is one of them, and I know we've dealt with some of that this year. We've tried to do some work on the lights. We've had some problems with the underground conduit and where it rolls through and some of the impacts there. Mahmood, I don't know if we need any more specifics you want to give.
No, again, we're looking at the entire city, citywide. The old system is going to be replaced to LED, so therefore, whether it's just the fixture itself or the complete poles, if needed, will be changed.
So we're not sure if the poles
will be looked at.
So we're not sure if the poles along East Street are going to be replaced or not.
The system will be repaired. And we'll look at the poles and determine if the poles are structurally sound and can handle the lights, and we'll keep them. If they're not structurally sound, that's the time to replace the poles and replace the lights with the new LED technology.
Okay, because they're not the really tall ones. They're actually the shorter ones.
Post-top.
The light sitting on top. So.
Yeah, it sounds like they probably need to be replaced. But we'll go look at, I noted Scenic Drive and then East Street between Baseline and Highland. And then Councilmember Nickel yesterday referred several in the Vermont area to me. I've pulled the CRM, or actually Martin did, and I want to say it was about 30 of them. We realized that there's about 15 of them that have been waiting for some period of time. And so we'll look at those and address those.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Andrea, thank you guys for, some of the lights in the 6th Ward have actually come on. We have lights on baseline now, yes. Thank you for that. But you know what, I just want to make sure when we're looking at the whole city and citywide that we don't forget about our neighbors, our people that border Rialto,
Right.
and the people way out, all the way past Palm or by Palm. There's lots of those lights out, especially in the residential neighborhood, up and down Cajon Pass or Cajon Boulevard. It is very dark for the residents to get to their homes. So if we cannot forget about that and make sure, they're definitely a part of the plan, and especially with some of the knockdown light posts. There's plenty of those, so thank you.
Anyone else? I just have one question, and that is, this is the $64 million question. When is all this going to be done? Do we have even an idea that this can be completed in 18 months, 24 months? And I'm talking about where citywide, we've got it done, and now it's just a matter of maintenance.
It will, and
Is that an impossible question?
no, well, kind of and kind of no. We will have the analysis done, and that's one of the items that they gave you dates on as part of the CIP. I think that analysis, what we really, because unfortunately, some communities were all built about the same time, and so you kind of have a sense of what you have in the ground. We don't have that here. We have, items or areas like Councilmember Mulvihill referred to on Broadmoor that are significantly older than anything else in the city, and they are direct bury, and we don't have that in other portions of the city. So I think we will be able to answer that question for you better once we really catalog all the systems that we have, understand what our options are related to each one, get a good understanding of how many poles do we need to replace, how many are really just change of fixtures, because we do have some opportunities in areas like in some of the areas, and I think we'll be able to answer that question better then. In addition to that, we'll have a better understanding at that point of what are the different options we have to finance this, because my goal would be that we don't do this over a multi-year period. That, we certainly could. We could say we're going to allocate $2 million a year to it, and it will take a lot of years. Our goal would be to give you some options so that we accelerate that, do all of it within some period of time. Don't know exactly what that is, but a few years as opposed to 10 to 15 years. But with that analysis will then give you the information that you need so that you understand what is going to be required with each type of system that we have and what's a strategy for addressing it in a very timely manner.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Okay, I think we have a motion and a second, and we've got the votes, I think.
On item 14, the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Ms. Marquez, and it passed 7-0.
Okay, we can invite the mayor back, but we can get started on item 15. It was pulled by Mr. Nickel and Mr. Valdivia. Mr. Valdivia?
Very simple. I'll be voting no on management partners. I'll ask this question. Why do we continue to need them, Ms. Miller?
There are a couple of reasons that we're recommending this evening that you continue with them. I have heard from some of the council members a desire to utilize other consultants or not utilize consultants at all. Management Partners, though, is a resource. It is one of the industry leaders. They have been providing I think the reason why this is before you tonight is they have been providing some temporary staffing in terms of director level positions. We needed those positions filled very quickly, recognizing we were going to use them during that time period to get through the recruitment. There are some things that other projects that we had kind of envisioned completing. The city attorney's office has requested some work with respect to an analysis of their department. So there are a few lingering things that I think it would be valuable and actually in the end much less costly for them to do because of their vast experience with the city. And then again, the director level assistance that I've needed. We've tried to limit the scope of the agreement, so it's finishing up those final projects that we envision need to be completed, and then finishing up the recruitment process for.
And what's the value of this contract or the amendment?
I want to say it was $100,000 that For a total amount, well, a couple of things. It's $150,000. Some of these projects, I think it's important to note, were actually budgeted last fiscal year. They came in about $120,000 under budget based on what we had allocated for this agreement last year, and it was because they didn't finish up those final projects, and so we're recommending a $150,000 increase.
And the other projects that you mentioned was a director level, so that's Martin's job.
Couple of director-level positions. They've
A
also
couple,
been-
who are those couples?
It's not actually people, it's in terms of staffing assistance
Okay.
with respect to housing and economic development. Also, some of the remaining bankruptcy issues, overseeing, ensuring that we're making our final payments to vendors, and then an analysis in the city attorney's office.
Is there any cost savings of doing this internally?
We really don't have the capacity to do this internally because until we fill those positions, we need to have the functions completed, and we don't have the people in place yet.
Well, I'm going to vote no on it tonight. If you continue this path, I would suggest that you just outsource and just go for RFP because, thank you very much, Management Partners, but our total bankruptcy cost has been exceeding $25 million, and this is just, it's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schredt. Councilmember Nickel?
Yeah, I know that I had similar concerns expressed to me. You know, there's sort of a scope of work that somebody gets, and when that's completed, it's over, and, you know, there is a concern that we're just sort of extending this and extending this. I understand their expertise and what they bring to the table, but I also understand there's a value to opening these up to a competitive process once a scope of work has been completed. And it does bring me some concern when we extend a contract in what might appear to be indefinitely. It doesn't sound like it's indefinite. But what is a reasonable timeline to expect a wind down of the Management Partners' involvement under their I believe their agreement was entered into in 2015. When do we anticipate that agreement finally winding down?
The Vice President who's responsible for this portion of the work and I have talked, we really don't anticipate more than 9 months or so worth of work, maybe potentially 11, but again, I certainly think within the next 12 months it would be completed with the cost not to exceed. Some of that is really dependent on, though, us being able to provide the kind of information and data that's needed so that they can produce the work product. So some of the projects that were planned for last year were not done. That's why you saw the $120,000 savings in terms of their contract amount, but those are still projects that need to be done, and that's why we're recommending that we complete them this year and then pay them. And I understand part of the reason on the prior item why we have Quality Lighting, who's been doing a very nice job for us. I did receive a complaint recently, but for the most part, we've had very good service from them. But we're recommending that we go out to bid because I think periodically there's a value to going out, and if they truly still are the best value, then that will show through in a competitive RFP. So I'm recommending this evening because of the vast knowledge. They've already started some of these things, or at least have the knowledge that's needed to do that we continue this. We don't anticipate it going on for very much longer, though.
Okay, so we're thinking within the next year?
Within the next year, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Schredt?
My question is along the same line, but I don't quite understand coming in under budget $120,000 and then needing another $150,000. That sounds like $270,000 to me.
No, it's because, remember, it was in the prior fiscal year. And so that money, I did not encumber that money for them. It went away. We did not budget for it this year because we thought those things.
So it wasn't spent either. So,
It was not
okay.
spent.
So in a real easy analysis, we're really approving about $30,000. I mean, in other words, the value is about 30. We already gave them $120,000. They didn't use it. Now we're giving them $150. So it's just up by about 30 from what we thought it was going to be.
We're asking you to expend.
Is that one way to look at it? What?
It's $150,000 that we're asking.
But we didn't spend the $120.
There are yes.
We did spend it last year, so they weren't under budget.
We did not spend it last year.
Okay.
And we're recommending that we finish the projects this year.
And my final question is about the wind down of all the things that are related to the bankruptcy. We've exited bankruptcy. We've got some loose ends to tie up and finish up in the next 12 months.
Yes.
Will that, at the end of 12 months, will that end our need for consultants related to the bankruptcy and other kind of bankruptcy costs so that we can then finally say, this is what we spent on it, we're not spending any more, anything new is new?
Right. This, one thing will kind of demonstrate, consultants were responsible for the financial model. Brent has now assumed responsibility for that, so we are transitioning all those things that had been being handled by consultants in-house as we have the ability to do that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I think, though, it's also important to recognize that some of the settlement agreements actually go beyond the 1 year, and some of the ongoing work related to some of the claims that the outside counsel is providing, there's a likelihood that some of that will continue potentially beyond a year.
Right, I'm only referring to
I know we're only referring to management partners here. But I think it's important to understand that there's still some legal bankruptcy-related expenses that are likely to extend beyond this year.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and move the
Second.
Move it.
So does that mean they're going to come back and ask for more money? If
Not
No,
management partners.
they are not attorneys.
So this is what you're saying is this is it
Well, I want to make sure we're,
for now. See, one of the things is that I always said we need to get rid of these consultants.
Right.
Management Partners has been around for a long time,
Uh-huh.
and we thank and appreciate everything that they've done. But it's time to cut time to cut the umbilical cord because
absolutely. I just want to be clear, though, because we're talking about two different things. These are management services, so they're doing analyses and studies and things. Yes, we will be able to transition the work that they were doing to city staff once we have a full complement of staff members. There's some final studies that they were going to do for the city attorney's office. This will be done. The mayor's really referring, though, to there are some claims, outside claims, that we have outside counsel handling. Some of those consultant services may still be needed. That's not this group, though. Yeah,
And my response was to Councilmember Charette, indicating that we'll be done with this contract.
Right.
But there are other
But there will be a time when we're done with the bankruptcy and the consultants that have been related to that, whether it be management partners or the attorneys or any other consultant that we've needed for that process.
I mean, currently, we haven't talked about it, but there's an appeal that's been put forward.
Right.
So another question: is it going to be done when they say we're done, or when we say we're done?
well,
Because it's been going on for so long.
well, with respect to these things will be done when we've asked for them to be done.
Okay.
Some of the appeals are really outside of our control because they are being brought by other parties, and we really can't control them, and we will need outside attorneys to continue to advise on those issues and represent us. But again, we're responding to something, we're not initiating anything in that case.
Okay.
But it's also important to note that the city attorney's office is also managing that, it will be involved in the ADR process, so it's not solely reliant on the outside attorneys.
Yes, that's correct. There were a number of lawsuits. I think when we first went into the bankruptcy, there was about 200 lawsuits that were pending. There are still about 70 of those that are still pending that we're still dealing with, but those still come under the jurisdiction of the bankruptcy with respect to being part of the ADR process that we are going to enter into. So that's going to take some time to resolve all of those wind-up issues, but we're continuing to make progress in that respect all the time. That was an expectation even when we had the effective date of the confirmation order. We expected that there was going to be these issues that were going to have to be resolved over a period of time after the confirmation effective date. So we're still in that process now. But in terms of this issue that's before you with management partners, it involves some of the plan of adjustment efficiencies that we included in our plan of adjustment, some of the modernizations, and look at the processes that we're using to incorporate best practices so that we become more efficient in our day-to-day operations as a cost savings component to our plan of adjustment.
Any further questions? None, please cast your votes.
On item 15, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6-1 with Mr. Valdivia voting no.
Thank you. That concludes our consent calendar. We'll now move into our public hearing. Item number 16, the public hearing is now open. It's a resolution of the mayor and city of San Bernardino authorizing the submittal of the fiscal year 2016-17 consolidated annual performance and evaluation report to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. Kathy Brand?
And to Mr. Mayor, just before she speaks, we've talked a lot about hiring the right people in our organization and bringing new talent to our community. Kathy is our new housing manager. She has a tremendous amount of experience in housing. She's been with the county of San Bernardino most recently. She has experience in the cities of Oceanside and several other communities. She's been here for a couple weeks now. She's already doing a remarkable job. And so we're very fortunate now we have Kathy and Diane Cotto, who I know all of you, and I've talked to many of you who have said you've been very impressed with the technical ability she has and the talent that she brings to our city. So again, I think now we're very well represented with these two ladies. So Kathy's going to give the report, but I'm just excited to have her on board.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you, City Manager. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, the item before you is what we call the CAPER, but it's the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report. And as you probably know, the city is a direct recipient of the Community Planning and Development Funds, or as you might commonly know them as Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, Emergency Solutions Grant, or as you probably have commonly heard, ESG. As such, we're required to provide a report to the United States Department of Housing, HUD. This is the great thing about housing is there's like a gazillion acronyms. And so we're required to report on our performance in meetings of the housing and community development priorities listed in our 5-year consolidated plan. This report is called the Consolidated Annual Performance Report, again, which is known as CAPER. And there's basically 3 different reports necessary to follow the consolidated plan cycle. There's the 5-year consolidated plan, which basically is laying out what the city's going to do over the next 5 years. The next plan is the annual action plan, which describes what we're going to do for the next year. And then the CAPER is the plan where we basically say, these are all the great accomplishments that we've managed to achieve over the last year. So I'm just going to give you a very brief summary of some of the highlights of the project for fiscal year 16-17. So the CAPER describes, again, the city's progress in meeting our goals and objectives. So during this last reporting time frame, the city basically received a little over $3.4 million of CDBG and ESG funds. Some of the highlights of the CDBG program include the demolition of 13 structures that pose either health or safety issues. Camera expansion project, which I was liking what I was hearing about the lights because we're putting cameras on the lights in several key locations throughout the city. The Feldham, I'm probably saying that wrong, library roof replacement, which has been completed. Our fair housing consultant was able to consult with over 3,000 residents of San Bernardino, and over 16,000, almost 17,000 residents were assisted with supportive services such as, rent subsidies if they were potentially losing their home, their housing, security deposits, things of that nature. So, being new to the city, I'm actually considering everything that's gone on. I'm actually quite impressed, and impressed with Diane. So, as far as the home funds, you probably know that the city opted to enter into the home consortium with the county. So they've been spending the city's home funds, but the good news is they're spending them in our city, and I know that was an agreement you all made with the county. So the good news is we have Val 9, which was 76 affordable rental units that were completed. Olive Meadows, which is actually completed, and hope you all got the invitation to the grand opening next week. It's next Wednesday at 10 o'clock. And so those are two, really great accomplishments with the home funds. Moving on to ESG, again, the numbers, and I have to say for the record, the numbers that we've reported in ESG are probably, they are the numbers from last cycle. The reason we went ahead and used those numbers, unfortunately, is because we got the data late from the county. Clearly, this won't happen again. But if you would like, we can be more than happy to provide you the actual detailed assessment. We're guessing it's probably very, very close to what it was last year. But again, we'd be more than happy to provide those data points if you'd like. So the city continues to make progress towards meeting our long-term goals. I think that, we're going to be staffing up here in the next few months. In fact, we've got hopefully 2 people starting the first and second week of October, so we're thrilled to have the extra staff. So I really am hoping that to come back to you next year and really report all kinds of fabulous things that we're going to do for the city. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council approve the attached resolution and authorize staff to submit the CAPER on behalf of the city. And of course, I'd be happy to answer questions that you might have, but I think the best person to field questions will probably be Diane. And thank you.
Councilmember Nichol.
Well, I want to welcome you to the city, and thanks for taking this position. It's something that we've been needing for a long time. And I think there's sort of been a frustration among some of us on the council and the community that, it seems like we're always trying to play catch-up and things sort of come to us at the last minute. So I would really hope that as we roll into this next year that we really have a good sense in terms of long-term what we're dealing with in terms of funding and potential opportunities and options related to our HUD funding so that our community can have a sense that we're actually thinking about what we're doing and, considering some options before we have to take action. So I appreciate you coming to the city. I look forward to working with you. And I'll go ahead and, if necessary, if we need to move this, I'll put forward a motion to approve. And look forward if there's any additional comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I have a couple of questions related to page 8 of the CAPER.
I'm sorry, 8 or 80?
Page 8.
Okay.
The table at the top of that page shows the amount expended during the program year. Is that the 16-17 year?
Yes, that's the 16-17 program year.
And the ESG that you talked about is the 130,000 approximately. Is that 16?
That's also 16-17. Everything that's listed in this document refers to things that were accomplished during July 1st, 2016 through June 30, 2017.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not, please cast your votes.
Mayor,
Excuse
there
me.
was a speaker slip turned in for somebody who wanted to speak about this matter. Carmel Rowe.
Is a public hearing, you need to be sworn in.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter before this body?
So help me God. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to tell you that I met with these lovely ladies today. I am thrilled to have Kathy here. Okay? I think that we are not going to be mismanaging our funds any longer. The problem that I had is that when I went online today to get the attachment for the CAPER, it was not there. Okay, so I did not get to see it. I have not got to review it. And I read that, hey, it was posted in the Sun newspaper. But I'd like to ask you guys how many people read the Sun newspaper via the newspaper. I read it online. I didn't see it posted online. We need to have an outreach in social media maybe, Facebook, Nextdoor, get Monica on it. And then maybe we would have people who might want to comment besides just myself, because there are a whole bunch of city members who care about how this money gets spent. But I don't really have any more concerns now that I met with Kathy and Diane today, and I'm very, very thrilled that we finally found somebody who wants to do a good job for the city. So please take this lady seriously. Please help her. Please listen to her. And Andrea, I just wanted to let you know that every city manager before you, when they talk, it's like blah, blah, blah. And I wanted to tell you that I personally commend you for knowing what you're talking about. And it's very obvious that you read and you study what you're doing. So I feel like the city is heading towards the right path. Thank you.
And Mayor, just to let you know, my office did post that. We did miss putting it in the backup, but it is posted online.
Thank you. Any other speaker slips that you're aware of?
None.
All right, thank you.
I have to thank Carmel Rowe. Thank you for your comments.
Has everyone voted?
I guess so. Okay, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nickel, the second by Mr. Charette, and it passed 6-0 with Virginia Marquez not voting.
I believe Councilmember Marquez has left the meeting.
Okay. I apologize. She did let me know that she unfortunately had it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. We'll now move to item number 17. Item number 17 is a recommendation to establish a Citizens Advisory Committee to make recommendations to the Mayor and City Council regarding marijuana policy, provide directions to staff related to committee appointments, purpose and scope, reporting, and a deadline for the completion of the committee's policy analysis and final report to the Mayor and City Council. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, some time ago, the City Council, it's my understanding, had a discussion about the possible creation of a Citizens Advisory Committee to address marijuana-related issues, the regulation of marijuana, and also some of the potential impacts to our community. This had not been acted on previously, so we re-recommended this and brought this forward as an opportunity for you to consider whether or not creation of an ad hoc committee you feel would be best suited to address and provide recommendations to the council and the mayor on future policies related to marijuana establishment. So we tried to provide a proposed framework there that provided the broadest involvement possible in our community, people who would have information. It really was, in drafting this, intended to be people within our community, advised by potential individuals who have extensive knowledge in that area, but really the intent in drafting this was that it would be people from the city of San Bernardino who have knowledge in this area or represent particular interests. And so you'll note that we made recommendations that, while not required, we did identify some potential communities within our communities that we may want to ensure, like our schools, churches, and other organizations that you may want to consider when making the appointments to this committee. We did provide, given the fact that we were hoping to represent the broadest community possible, we did provide some additional opportunities for the mayor, who under our charter does have the ability to appoint members to committees, provided some additional opportunities for you to appoint members from specific communities if they weren't already represented by some of the other appointees that were made by council members. So again, we're here just to provide an opportunity to have this discussion and then take whatever direction the council provides.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, well, I do think it's appropriate that we make it very clear in the structure of this committee that they do be residents. They to me, that's absolutely necessary that language be in there. I also received concerns related to whether or not we appoint individuals that may or may not have had involvement in litigation with the city related to marijuana. But I think we do have, to some degree, a good example of what we've done in the past. I think the Charter Committee, I think, was a good example of a structure that worked. My fear is when you start to create conditions upon people in terms of who can, who can't serve, and there's got to be a certain quota of certain types of individuals. You know, to me, I work for the residents of the city of San Bernardino. I don't work for the school board. I don't work for the college. I work for the residents. I mean, I'm happy to include their voice in the process and the discussion, but in my view, our role is to represent the residents who elected us, the voters of the city of San Bernardino. And therefore, I do have a concern that by creating all these criteria of who needs to be on this committee, to me it sort of is sort of not consistent with the underlying idea of what our job is. We represent residents, people who vote in the city, and that to me is the underlying criteria of who can and should serve on this committee. If there's some additional potential criteria, I understand the litigation that came from my constituents. It's not from me, but I get it. That there are, you certainly don't want people that have a conflict, potentially both pro or con on this issue. But my fear is that the more we complicate this process, the more potential there might be that this process may or may not be perceived as legitimate, and that's a real concern to me. This is a very significant issue that has a lot of dimensions to it, and I think requires due diligence and requires that the public have some trust and faith that the process has been fair and equitable and just, and that whatever recommendation comes forward is truly a recommendation that comes from our city and its residents, not from any particular group that may have a particular interest, pro or con, in this matter. And so to me, I think I'm a little uncomfortable with some of the prerequisites that have been defined in this, and that, given what we did on the Charter Committee, I think the mayor had, 2 appointments in that, and then each one of us got one. I thought that was a good balance. I thought it resulted in a pretty fair and deliberative body that I think represented a good cross-section, and I think there was good deliberation, good debate. And I think we ended up with something that I think we were all, obviously the voters were able to support, and the council was able to support, and was a success. I think we've been down this road a couple times with the marijuana issue. We haven't quite met the goal of having something that really meets the needs and interests of our community, in my mind. And I think that whatever comes out of this process, we need to be able to go back to those who elected us to this position and say, look, we did our job, we brought something forward, and now it's your turn to decide, and hopefully they will see that and understand that and respect that. So I'm going to have some issues with these prerequisites, and I'm a little concerned that it's going to potentially muddy the waters in terms of public confidence in the outcome.
And I just want to clarify, we didn't propose any prerequisites. What we suggested was, and you can certainly identify whomever, but we said because we have had questions about marijuana and the effect of marijuana around our schools and things, we're just suggesting that you may want to try to reflect the community as a whole, but certainly, again, we didn't say that was necessarily required.
And who is the arbiter of determining whether or not those conditions have been met?
I don't think it's a condition. I think it's asking, the council members are suggesting that you may want to have a level of sensitivity to ensure that all those people may have an interest in being represented.
But it sounds like there's a variance in terms of how many people can serve, right? It's between 11 and 13?
Right.
Why is that? Why not just say it's going to be 11 people?
I think you can certainly do that. Yeah, you can say it's going to be,
Exactly.
Right.
And I think that if I could just chime in here, that the intent of this is to have this discussion.
Right.
For the,
Yeah.
for the
Oh, I
council
get
to
that.
help
Yeah.
to make the final determination of who is selected. how
I
many,
would go with
you know,
9.
and so-
I would go with 9, just like we did with the Charter Review Committee, and let each council person decide who they think is most representative of their constituency. We come together and come up with something.
Councilman Mulvihill, did you? I'm sorry, Councilman Schreck?
Well, Henry, I agree generally with everything you've said. And I think the Charter Committee is a perfect model that worked. And putting in, and there are, obviously we have school board members, we have teachers, we have nurses, we have everybody living throughout the city. So, I mean, we can capture those constituencies. I would only ask my colleagues and implore on them to be very thoughtful in who we choose and give it a good, long, a wide range of, not just your next-door neighbor or your best pal or somebody that has a real interest in it one way or the other, pro or con, but really someone that can give it some real good, thoughtful input. And I will say that I think in some cases we don't do a great job, and I'll just say we collectively don't do a great job of picking people to serve on some of these committees and things because we do need to get good, thoughtful advisory. This is called a Citizens Advisory Committee. Well, there are times when I think it wouldn't be a bad idea, or there might be an opportunity to appoint somebody that maybe isn't literally a citizen, but maybe a business owner in the community. They've got a stake in this community, and certainly, although they're not a resident of the community or voting in this, but they are an interested party. So I'm all for not really putting too many restrictions, but I think there are some obvious ones, and I think being a citizen is probably pretty important. But at least at the very minimum, ought to at least in some way be a stakeholder in this community, a business person or somebody like that. So, and I would go, again, I would support the idea of the Charter Committee, a 9-member committee, one from each council member, and I guess 2 from the mayor's office.
Councilman Mulvihill?
And yeah, I think I agree with both Mr. Charette and Mr. Nichols. When I saw this, I thought, are we going to have to appoint somebody from the school district and somebody from local church and somebody from a nonprofit? We're not going to do that. No. Because obviously with only 9 opportunities, we're not going to represent all these people.
No.
But I think, again, with, thoughtful individuals who have a stake in the community in one way or another. And I think that's the right direction that we're going. But that's all I wanted to say.
I think, as it's been mentioned, the Charter Review Committee, in many cases, probably represented a very similar constituency, and these, I think, are just recommendations for consideration when each of the council members is deciding upon who they want to appoint to because it did seem that we had a very conscientious committee that was put forward that worked for 2 years and did a very good job. Although I think that we probably want to give some discussion as to the deadline,
I think so,
because
too.
it's important. I think that the deadline helps to establish the sense of urgency.
Yes.
We do have some competing interests related to the litigation that's going on relative to Measure O, and so to be on a similar potential track to try to complete maybe near the time when the adjudication of that might come to fruition. So, anyway, Councilman Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. There's a variety of different people that I think need to be at the table because this is a huge issue that's going to impact the entire city, such as the charter did. And but there's a variety of different people that we're going to need input from. I think one of the more important people are the patients, like was mentioned earlier, as far as getting some of their input as to where we're going to put these places. I'll just go down my list. The patients, the consultants, the operators in getting their input to this meeting, as well as the citizens. Of course, we're going to have staff there, hopefully PDs at the table. And like Fred said, I'm not sure how we're going to ensure that we get the right group together to create this ordinance. And as far as with the expending the $50,000 on a expert, I think that's a lot. And I would recommend that we have people that are experts in the area of cannabis and with the law, put in an application and with their price, their asking price, not to exceed $50,000, but I mean, I think what's reasonable is maybe 10 to 15.
And please note, I've not even requested any costs. I threw that number in there because it's up to the city manager's maximum authority, but I've not even asked for any cost estimates. It may very well be significantly lower than that.
I think what may be reasonable, I'm not sure, maybe 10 to 15,000.
And part of it is really dependent on the amount of work that we want them to do related to. So I kind of needed to hear what the committee's thoughts were before I even asked for any kind of a potential cost estimate. The other thing that the council may want to consider, you're right, there are groups like patients, certainly operators would have information. There's no reason why this committee, once formed, can't ask the staff to reach out to potential patients in the community, and we can find those individuals and come in and have people actually provide information to the committee. Almost, I don't want to say testify because that sounds so formal, but certainly come in and provide input to the community. Maybe they have a day where they interview patients and interview operators, and again, they can ask the staff. We will have representatives of the city attorney's office there. The city manager's office will be there. We will bring in PD for some of those discussions. You'll probably need some, at times, this committee will need to have conversations with our community development staff to understand the zoning regulations and things. So again, we anticipate having to bring people in to provide information to the committee as they're doing their work.
Yeah, and as far as the deadline, I don't think they need more than 8 weeks. They can meet however many times they need to, but I think 8 weeks is sufficient amount of time because a lot has been learned about this already. It's about just putting the pieces together and giving us a recommendation. And as far as what's going on in the courts right now with Measure O, we want to ensure that a recommendation comes forward and we actually massage it and maybe send it back, say, hey, make these adjustments and come back, because that may happen as well. Just because they come forward with a recommendation doesn't mean that's going to be final or what we adopt. Right. So we may want to go through a process of sending it back and forth. So I think, I'm not sure if anyone else feels that 8 weeks is too much time or too little time, but it should be anywhere, I think, from 6 to 8 weeks with the schedule of meeting every other week. And I know the meeting is going to be attended by a lot of people, as what happened in 2014 when we started talking about this. And hopefully people do come and are able to speak. As far as for myself, whoever I do select, I'm going to actually make a committee within my little group as far as my representative that's representing me, so that all of these other, the list of personnel that should have input into the meeting are actually giving their input to my person that's selected, and that they have a voice. I'm not sure if any of you guys want to do the same thing, but I think that's one way that we can satisfy everybody's voice being heard. Because if we only have one person, then we need to put people around that one person so that they can take the notes and represent all those different entities. Thank you.
As I recall, the Charter Review Committee, I think, initially had a budget of $30,000, and I don't know how much was actually expended, but they met for 2 years, and so it could very well be significantly less than the $15,000. In giving consideration to the 8 weeks, it would seem that if they're only meeting every other week, you're only looking at 4 meetings that they would have, and that I'm not sure that that would allow enough time for some of the information that you were requesting that people be included, and as the city manager is talking about, they can be invited.
Right, invited to provide.
I think you probably want to give enough time to get enough cross-section, so it would seem to me that might be a little too short, but Councilman, I don't know who was that. Sure.
With all that in mind, getting someone to serve on a committee may be may not be that easy. And I say that because these are going to be open to the public. Anybody can come in and make a comment and can turn in a slip. And so I know that when we started with the LRC committee, and there was a lot of people there and a lot of constituencies. There were operators, there were people that wanted to be operators, there were patients, there were all kinds of people there. So these meetings could be fairly lengthy. They've got to obviously be organized, and that's where I think we need a really highly skilled and qualified facilitator/consultant to run, not to run the meeting, but to assist the committee in the running of the meeting. And obviously, we'll want all of our people, city managers, city attorney, PD, and others that are going to be impacted to be in attendance at these. But these could be 2 or 3 hour meetings. And again, as the mayor says, if you put a deadline of only 8 weeks, and they meet every other week, that's only 4 meetings. And there's got to be a way to come to finality on this thing, too, because a subject like this, I think, could probably go on and on and on if you want to let everybody have their piece and say their say. So we want to be clear that we give a good guidance to the committee, what we're looking for, what we need from them, and make it clear to the public that this isn't going to be a free-for-all that just goes on and on and on. And I think there's a risk in putting a deadline on it, and yet there's things that have to kind of dovetail together with regard to what we're trying to achieve there. So that all requires some real thoughtfulness, and that's where I think the consultant/facilitator, whoever is going to do this, could be very helpful with this committee. So I support some sort of funding to have a good facilitator/leader for this thing after the committee is formed, and they can have a chairman and have some real structured meetings, and I think that's something that we can do, but I think it's something we need to be focused on and cognizant of.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to remind the committee or the council here in session that beginning March of 2016 through on or about November of 2016, the Legislative Review Committee made expansive and very progressive type of hearings on a vast array of many of these issues that we're now confronting. I think we're a little bit late on the game here, folks. I think the advisory committee is a good intentioned tool for us to get feedback. In the spring and summer of last year, I recommended that we hire a consultant and also a polling service, and that was shot down by the mayor. And many of the work that was advanced by the Legislative Review Committee was thwarted by a veto vote or by games played here politically. And so I think ultimately, folks, this is a very, we need to do something quick. And while I respect the construct of an advisory committee, I understand the political cover nature of that. I think we need to have bold leadership here at this dais. And I think that the residents in this community are either seeking a thumbs up or thumbs down on the future of marijuana in our community. For us to have 100 pot shops with what considered, and I'm citing resident input now, rogue operators disrupting and distributing paraphernalia on our city streets, on our corners, is certainly alarming to me. It's alarming in a lot of ways, but it disrupts the quality of life for our business corridors, especially Highland and Baseline Avenue, Hospitality Lane, and some of the arterials throughout our city streets. And so it's really concerning to me that we're now just coming to our minds here that this magical advisory committee is going to provide some guardrails for us. So I would encourage us to really, I like the idea of, if in fact we're going to proceed with the advisory committee, that we have a consultant providing some leadership and advisory role to the committee. Although I'm not very fond of an advisory committee, I think we need to do our work now here today and proceed with advisement from the advisory committee. But for them to somehow provide guidance and guardrails to us, we're the elected officials, and we need to stand very strong on our leadership skills here as a council. So, Mr. Barrios provides a 8-week deadline. I kind of like that. I think it's actually a good idea that we commission this advisory panel to get on the ball and get going here. I think 4 sessions, although they may be long and there may be a long public comment window, we need to really move forward. And I think the idea here is, by involving our police and fire, which I'm glad to see that in the document backup, that we would have professional staff members from our city represented, including our city attorney. The byproduct of all of our LRC discussions last year, Measure N and O, we were confronted with a citizen initiative or referendum, and the ultimate choice was either to pass it outright as voted or signed and petitioned by the citizens in our community, or the other opportunity was to either pass it on to the electorate. I think the Legislative Review Committee did its work with handing over documents and a template for Mr. Sines and his department, our city attorney and his legal team, to really take a look at it. So, as LRC chairman, I provided that template to Stephen Graham and others, and ultimately the output was, and I don't know the percentage, but I'm so very glad that our city attorney provided some language there. And well, I can't understand or comprehend what percentage of what we gave them as a product became Measure P, but Measure P was really the position of us as elected official. Unfortunately, it did not pass. So we're here now, folks, and I think we really need to move forward as a united front. There is a very financial, there's an implication financially for us here in this community that if we do not act by December 31st of 2017, beginning January 2nd of 2018, there is a financial consequence for us not acting and codifying here some local ordinances and resolutions. So I would just bring that up as a concern, because I sense that there's some back and forth on the deadline and the timing. I think we need to act quickly, more aggressively, either via a workshop perhaps, but I do want to throw out some dates, and so I have a couple of questions of Ms. Greider or Mr. Sines, whoever. But would this initially, if the recommendations are simple, right? The advisory role is to provide the council in full session their recommendations. Is that the role of this?
That's my understanding of the material as presented, that the committee would bring advisory to the council, and it would be council's decision to either accept that advice or not.
Thank you.
With respect to any proposed ordinance.
All right.
Or changes. I recall in the case of the charter, there was some changes or some tweaking done by the council, which sent the committee back to their table, and they made some changes pursuant to the council request, as I recall. So that could be the same process here.
And so that's my point of compromise. I understand that some here may want to go the route of an advisory committee. Fine. I'm not going to fight it. I'm just saying, folks, we got to move quickly and gingerly here on this item, because it's a matter of a financial impact Would I rather have 10 operators in my city or 100 in my city? And that's the perennial question that we need to ask now. Prop 64 has passed. The toothpaste is out of the tube, and essentially, the idea is that we certainly have to work really aggressively here on this particular matter. So I'd like to throw out some dates as kind of a guardrail and a principle for this advisory committee, that if in fact Mr. Sines and Mr. Sines, this would require a first and second reading, is that right? Ultimately, the recommendations coming back to council.
If there's an ordinance, yes, it would. I would like to have Stephen give a little bit of information with respect to any timeline limitations that there are, so council is aware of what maybe the consequences of proceeding or not proceeding, or if we proceed, giving either a deadline or a recommended hope of a return on and let him discuss with you what those parameters might be.
Sure, if I may, and Mr. Sines, just bear with me here. This would have a first and second reading, right? Suggestions would come back before the council. We'd mark it up, and then there would be a first hearing and a second hearing. Is that right?
Well, it depends on the mission that you give to this committee. If you're asking them to craft a proposed ordinance, if the mission that that's one of the things we have not yet discussed, what specifically do you want from this committee? If you want them to draft a proposed ordinance that would regulate these types of uses, and that was what was come back to you, the form of an ordinance. If the council were to accept that recommendation and want to take action on it, yes, it would require first and final reading.
And what's the time delay? So it's 30 days after the first hearing?
No.
Or is it just 14 days after the first hearing?
The next meeting, we could do the final reading, and that would be enforceable 30 days thereafter, 30 plus 1. But it is a zoning ordinance, so
Councilman
we
Nichol.
need to go to your zoning commission, too.
Yeah, and I first of all, I appreciate the comment. I think we have some experts in the room personally.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Graham from our city attorney's office has done a very fine job in terms of whether voluntarily or involuntarily, you've sort of become an expert in my mind on this.
The marijuana czar.
Yeah, I've just been blown away by your expertise on this, so I look forward to your comments, but I do have a question quickly, and this has to do with the fact that Measure O passed. It was approved. Whatever comes forward in terms of an ordinance from the city has to comply with the reality that Measure O was passed as a citizens' initiative, which means there are certain limitations in terms of how we can proceed and when we can proceed, and I think that is going to, in some ways, determine and define the role and the timelines that guide a potential advisory committee that I do support. I think it is necessary to build public trust and confidence that we have something that has been put forward by the people of San Bernardino, that we as a council, as representatives of the people, can then put forward on a ballot. But maybe you can explain to some degree that question in terms of the timelines that we have to confront because of the reality that Measure O did pass, and if we were to do something such as a real repeal and replace of Measure O, what that would entail in terms of when it can be done and how it would be done.
Certainly. I wish I had a very straightforward answer for you, like it needed to be done by this day. There are a couple of contingencies that will change the timeline. So, first of all, it depends on what the product is that you want from this committee. If you want an ordinance from them, then it would depend on whether we're successful in our litigation against Measure O. If Measure O is invalidated, then there's the potential that we would be able to pass this like we pass any other ordinance through the city. And it may be a development code amendment, which has additional requirements. Additionally, it would depend on what they want to put in the ordinance. So, for example, if they wanted to place a tax, within the ordinance, then it has to go on a specific election. That'll be June 2017. There are deadlines that we need to follow to get it on.
You mean June of 18?
June 2018. Oh, man, I've been working on this too long. So then we would need to get it on in time for that election. So there would be deadlines with the county and with ourselves in passing our own measure. We have a trial setting conference in the Measure O litigation early October next month. And we have been asking the court to get a resolution to that litigation done swiftly. That being said, there are other areas of marijuana regulation that are available under Prop 64 that aren't addressed by Measure O. That would primarily concern residential cultivation. So that's an area that can be looked at, an ordinance can be passed by the council that is entirely, that would have no effect on Measure O whatsoever. So I think it just depends on what the mission is and how successful we are in the litigation, and whether we want to put a tax on the ballot or not.
Councilman Valdivia.
Mr. Graham, thank you for providing some of those details. The issue of a tax, Ms. Miller and I have spoken regarding recent conference that I attended in Sacramento regarding a development agreement, so that the DA, the development agreement, somehow can bypass the idea of a tax. Other cities have done it. I'm looking further in how, in fact, that is legal, but would love to get your legal opinion on it, because the development agreement if this is in fact a development type of fee, then if there is a Prop 218 provision that allows for a fee to be passed out and not a tax, then a development agreement would codify those fees. Other cities have done it. They've done it successfully. Whether or not it's challenged is still yet to be determined, but nevertheless, it bypasses the voter ballot box with that in mind, so that the cultivators and the dispensaries are somehow assessed the fee. Now, back to my question, which has still not yet been answered. My question is, thank you for sharing depending on the outcome and the suggestion. So I'd like to just throw out there that if, in fact, if it's a development fee or a development agreement, is there a first or second reading on that?
Development agreements are essentially considered ordinances.
Okay.
And so
Right.
there's a procedure within our development code that we would have to follow. I'm not certain what the relationship is between development agreements and the operation of marijuana dispensaries, but I'd love to hear it.
Well, and I am reaching out to, you'd mentioned that you heard about it at the
Sure.
league. I am reaching out to find
Great.
out exactly how they did that, because I concur with the city attorney's office. We're going to have to really understand how that process works.
Understood, yeah. Well, so this panel, this advisory panel, if in fact, I would say by on or about November 1, they need to get the product back to us. That would give us time to mark it up, make our recommendations, and then there's a second council meeting in November 15th, allow probably an additional or a first hearing, and then get it onto the calendar for December 6th, and possibly, if we need to, December 20th. But that would be my recommendation, is that we move forward fast and quite quickly with this advisory committee. Thank you.
Councilman Schreiber.
Something just came to my mind, and we talked about whether someone is a resident or whatever. We've always done these committees ward-specific, that whoever I appoint must be from the 4th Ward. We might want to forego that in this case, because I may have somebody that I think is really a true expert in this area, or that could really offer a lot to the committee that doesn't live in my ward, that might not be appointed by anyone else, and I want to make sure that that person's on that committee. So I would, this isn't germane to what we were just talking about, but as far as the criteria that we have to follow, maybe it could just be citywide resident, not necessarily ward-specific.
How long do you think it might take to be able to have a firm to provide the advice to the advisory committee?
We can send out a request for qualifications, fairly quickly. I would say a week to 2 weeks. We do need to give them a little bit of time to respond in order to get, but there are several firms out there that are providing assistance, and then really at that point, it's a professional service and get them under contract pretty quickly, select one from amongst the proposals that we receive. And select based on cost, based on expertise, their understanding of the industry and the impacts.
So likely second meeting in October?
Yeah.
Which would mean that they wouldn't have that advice available to them
And I
in
think
their meetings if they start the meetings in
Right.
October.
And the other thing that I would need to be able to tell them at that time is what specifically do you want them to do? Do you want them to identify those other opportunities? Because Mr. Graham is correct, there are a whole host of things that are not currently being regulated that Proposition 64 does give us the authority to regulate. And so if you're asking them to establish regulations related to those other areas that the current law does not regulate, that is one task. Or do you want them to put forth, kind of presume for sake of analysis that there is going to be an opportunity for us to look at regulating, all aspects of it and put forth a ordinance that the council could be prepared to adopt in the event that the city attorney's office is successful. So again, what I go out and suggest to these consultants, I need to have a sense of what it is you actually want them to come back with that will help them to determine what their cost is going to be.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, well, again, I go back to the Charter Committee. Its initial task was to recommend amendments. Some of them passed. I know one passed? I can't remember how many of those initial amendments passed.
You're referring to Q and R.
Yes.
Initially.
Yeah, Measure Q and R. And then after that, the committee continued and then eventually recommended an entirely new charter. So I think that might be sort of a path that we might think of, that initially we may task this advisory committee with doing what it can do within the provisions of the law that allow regulation at this point, and then at a certain time, once we have some clarity in terms of what the outcome will be of potential litigation or ongoing litigation with Measure O, that we might consider a complete repeal and replace of Measure O at that time or some other type of action. But I think this issue, because of its significance in terms of what's happening at the state level and the federal level, we just cannot sit back and just say, well, we'll deal with it at some point. We have to deal with it now. And I think we need to have a structure, a mechanism to do it. I think, to John's point, I think we have done a lot of good work. I don't think we're starting from scratch. I think we're starting with a lot of good understanding of what can and can't be done. I think we have some experience, good, bad, and ugly. And I think that now we have an opportunity to really engage our residents, the citizens of the city in this process, in coming up with something that really addresses the needs of our community. So I would say let's get to addressing some of those items that we need to address and can address immediately, and then also keep the door open for potential an entirely new ordinance that would hopefully fix the entire issue completely and ensure that the city has something in place that meets the needs of our community.
And if I may just kind of expand, if I could, maybe one of the things that you direct us to do is to give them that first task with a deadline of some period of time, and then maybe the other task is given at a later point within a new deadline for that task.
Yeah, I would hate to reconstitute a committee. You would have people that would be your experts on this that could then take the ball and run with it once that additional scope is identified.
And then from our office, certainly as litigation advances, we could then re-agendize this for a future scope of work for the committee.
So it would seem, though, that November 1st would not really give the opportunity for the committee to have enough time to deliberate and also to have a you'd be looking at probably I don't know what the second meeting date is in October, but if we can't bring back a advisor to help to facilitate, then you're looking at maybe one meeting or two meetings that they might be able to hold before November 1st. And if you're trying to get at least 4 to maybe 6 meetings, you're really looking at some time in a time frame of near the end of December before they'd have enough time if they're only going to meet every other week. So, Councilman Shred.
Is hiring the consultant something that can be done out of your office without coming back to us because it's under the $50,000? Okay.
Councilman Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I've been contacted by some consultants, I guess you could call them, who have been somewhat called experts, not only in the state but in the whole entire country, who are eager to run this committee. And to me, this is the impression I get from them, that they're willing to do what they can to help this city expedite the whole process of whatever we need to do. And it seems like whatever we ask of them, they're going to be there. And if it's just the month of October and they're meeting twice a week, then so be it. So they still get in those 8 meetings. But we may want to ask them to do that. And as far as them taking so long to conduct these meetings, it's an assumption. We can always ask and say, hey, listen, this is going to be a little demanding, but this is what we need, this is what we're looking for. And another route, in tandem with what's going on with the committee, give direction to our city attorney's office to create the ordinance. I mean, Stephen has done a terrific job in putting everything together thus far. I'm sure he probably can craft right now an ordinance that the city needs, that because he understands ultimately what we need and what we're looking for, what we don't want, what we do want, and with a little more guidance in specifics, I think he has the ability to create what we want, a product that we want by November 1st, and then have the committee come forward and state what we may have overlooked in his ordinance, and we look at both of them. But it is, I think it is very, very important that we do think about what's going to happen next year as far as with the laws and what's coming. And I just don't want to be in a position like, oh, it's too late, or we didn't press enough to get this done, and be in a position where like it's out of our hands.
I'm not aware of anything that's happening on January 1st, 2018 that would take away our ability to further regulate. With that said, we certainly can ask the city attorney's office to craft an ordinance, but these are going to be staff-intensive meetings, and we have committed to doing a lot of things over the next couple of months. So I don't think that we have the staff resources to actually commit to the committee, and I think one of the problems that we've had in this organization, and Councilmember Mulvihill's question was an excellent one, we unfortunately make too many promises that we can't keep. And so I'm trying to be very careful in terms of the promises that I make to all of you, so that we can make sure as an organization that we actually keep them, and that's part of building the community trust that we've all talked about. We would have to then staff that 2 times a week, and it will probably rest on either my shoulders or potentially someone in my office, and I don't know that we can actually accomplish your work within 1 month. So I would strongly urge that we give the committee until the end of December or some other time period to actually do their work, give the city attorney's office to craft an ordinance, and I'm certain that they can craft an ordinance very quickly, but I think the higher quality ordinances, the ones that really take into consideration that the items that are needed to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of this community will require more than Stephen sitting down at his computer and crafting an ordinance. I'm certain that Jelena will need to spend time, with all due respect to Stephen, I think it would be helpful to have Ms. Greider participate in that process and have a chance to thoroughly review that. We probably should have other parts of our organization, like our community development department, our police department, and even for that matter, our fire department, have a chance to weigh in. He can provide a legal framework, but really it's all those practical applications that are really important. So if I'm sitting in a meeting a couple times a week for potentially hours on end, we're probably not going to have the ability to do the kind of quality staff work that I think we need to do to support this community's efforts and this committee's efforts in providing recommendations to the council. So given the existing workload, I don't know that we can provide the support that this group is going to need and really deserves in order to provide its best recommendations to you. Certainly there are other opportunities to regulate, and if we focus on those first, that's a little less complex because we're not trying to presuppose what might happen with court trials and other kinds of things. So that does make the task, if the task is confined to that, it makes it a little easier. But we will certainly need time to issue notices to the people that you've then identified, to make sure that they're available for these meetings, to make sure we have the staff support that's needed, and it will take some time to do all that.
Councilman,
I just have one more thing, Mayor. And as far as, just so, this is just a different topic as far as this committee. Ancillary services. I know I got a request this week for somebody to create a testing lab in the city.
Right.
And delivery service. So those are also some.
Yes.
Certainly, we want to make sure we point those out as well.
Appreciate you bringing that up because it is a lot more comprehensive than just dispensaries. It's delivery services, it's cultivation, it's testing, it's manufacturing, it's growing. It's also the personal grows that people are allowed. So there's a lot more to do, I think, than can be done between now and November. I think if you want to make sure that you also are respecting the voice of the community, you want to be able to give them that opportunity to be involved. And I don't think that this is not political cover. This is allowing the recognition that a lot has taken place, that the environment has changed a lot, even since the Legislative Review Committee met. There's been a lot of learned from the experiences of other communities that have failed in being able to effectively regulate it, and I think we can benefit from some of those mistakes so that we don't make some of those mistakes in our own efforts to do justice to the community, to hear their voice, and to also make sure that there's a good process in place with a good outcome. Councilmember Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I noticed earlier, Councilmember Valdivia mentioned a deadline, and he mentioned that deadline. I also heard that same deadline in Sacramento. However, Andrea, you said you didn't know about any deadline. I just ask that you guys please research it and find out what deadline they're talking about, because they were definitely talking about it in Sacramento. So, we don't want to fall short, just like Councilmember Barrios said. We don't want to say, oh, it's too late.
Right.
Because there's something out there, it's in the air, it's in the wind.
Right.
They're talking about it, and we don't want to miss out. Thank you.
And I did contact the League of California Cities to follow up on that as well.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. There is a deadline, folks. If there's a taxing deadline, maybe Ms. Miller, you're unaware of it, but do research it. But if we can't not pass a resolution prior to December 31st, Lori Ajax and her committee is saying, look, anything prior to December 31st is really negligible past that. I mean, we still have a home rule and local control authority to have land use and mitigate and control, which is only part of the apple that we're trying to peel here. We're also saying if in fact the toothpaste has already come out of the tube, why not make and have some really great ways of funding and revenue source.
And I
so
agree.
that's
I was talking about a deadline related to regulation. Yes, there are some implications with taxing. We have a measure that is currently in place,
right.
And so that provides some additional, but for communities that have not done anything with taxation, they still have the ability to regulate beyond that date. So there is a distinction between our authority to regulate pertaining to revenue generation, and that's distinct from our ability to regulate for public health and safety issues.
Well, and point taken. The idea, though, is that if, in fact, we have 100 dispensaries in our community, why not regulate X amount
Right.
and make some revenue off of it? I think that's probably the most sensible thing that we ought to consider here. I professionally, personally, religiously didn't support Prop 64. It's my own right? I have, and I'm sharing that with the public, is that I understand the personal beliefs of my own convictions, but I also understand the sentiment of our community. The community overwhelmingly, when I did some anecdotal statistic research on our community, many of these folks in our electorate said, hey, they're welcoming of it. So I think, and when I look throughout the state and various parts of the state, many of them obviously passed it and were in favor of Prop 64. So, all right, I appreciate all your comments, Ms. Miller. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
All right, so, Councilman Mobile.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I think we need to help to give the city manager some direction, and I think that the council has consensually agreed that an advisory committee is appropriate. The timing of the deadline, I think we need to consider, and also what the charge is. We've talked about having them come back with an ordinance, but there also needs to be some indication of what should that ordinance cover.
Right.
There's the cultivation, there's the dispensary, there's the mobile delivery services, there's the manufacturing. There's a host of issues, and if that's what this council wants them to deal with, then I think we need to make sure that it's clear what their charge is, and also a timing. But also helping the committee to know that there will be some expert advisory capacity that will be provided for them. It was made available in the Charter Review Committee, and it really helped to aid that committee to stay on target and to be able to not drift away from the focus scope of the charge of what the council wants to put forward. Councilman Molio.
I would just add to that look into the fact, are there any deadlines that we need to really meet? And are there any consequences going beyond those deadlines?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. What about this? If in fact we're going the route of a consultant, which I support, I think we do need consulting services on such a very tender issue here before our community, and I think expertise on this would really be helpful. The RFQ, the request for qualifications, is that a public procurement process, or can that be handled and advertised via your office? And
It's more administrative. It's
Okay.
a letter that goes out
All right.
asking them to provide their qualifications,
All right.
potential costs,
So
in that letter, we tell
absent
them-
all of that stuff, which you're going to do, and we're going to direct you and provide that, I hope, can Mr. Graham provide, and can we get the ball rolling here with Mr. Graham as almost our consultant until the time being that we get the consultant hired? I mean, he has enough expertise here to provide some guardrails here so we can get it going.
We will staff the committee, so once the committee has its first meeting, even if the consultant's not on board,
Yeah.
we will staff the committee. There will be time, certainly, and Stephen is welcome to be there the whole time, but we'll also assign an administrator to help keep the group moving, deal with the administrative issues
All
of
right.
the group, and yes, we can do that.
Is $50,000 enough? I mean, this is so important to me. I'm willing to go out and say no to management partners so I can say yes to more important things like filling potholes, getting police officers on the street. To me, this is critical. Is $50,000 enough? Do you need more?
I will come back and tell you if I need more.
Okay.
But I can use that at least to begin to engage
All right.
them and then get in a different scope.
Very good. Move for approval on this advisory committee of membership of 9 residents here in our city, and as what you had mentioned, Mr. Mayor.
All right,
Well,
so
and I want to clarify, and their
the-
scope is to address, given the existing litigation and the current measure, regulate in areas other than, and then we can give them an additional scope of work at a later date. Okay. All right.
And I think that we want to add some urgency on the part of the council to put forward those names by the next council meeting, and so that we can make sure that the committee is formed.
What are the applications go to you, Mayor?
I would actually direct the applications, I think, to the city manager's office.
So is it going to be an application process or to where our nomination may not be accepted?
No, I just need,
No,
no, I
it-
need it, so I have their name, address, telephone number, yeah.
Okay.
I know how to contact them.
Need some identification, some
Yeah.
ability to be able to communicate.
Yes, address, demonstrate that their address demonstrates that they do live in San Bernardino. So if I get something strange,
Approved by the council?
I will bring them all back, but I will start notifying them of dates and things like that. But I will bring it back just so that, yes.
Well, I think essentially you're making the nomination, so.
Yeah.
And I don't think that we brought that back before the council before. Yeah.
No, we'll give a
think-
status report or something so that,
But I think you need some time to be able to reach out and to get, because you may have some people that are going to want to know how long is this going to take, what's the time commitment. Initially, Councilmember Barrios was talking about every other week. There is going to be holidays, there's Thanksgiving, there's Christmas. We need to be considerate of that, and I think that the committee before did start out every other week initially, but I think that there were times when they came back more frequently than that, and they made that decision on their own. And so I think that it gives them some latitude to feel like they're in control also of the committee process. So, Councilman Shredder.
Is there consensus that we could, that the only criteria be that it be a citizen of San Bernardino, a resident of San Bernardino, or does it have to be ward-specific?
I will just make a recommendation. I think there's a value to it not being word-specific so that you really have someone that's engaged in this. And
I agree with that. That's why.
the other thing that, since you're not going to bring it up again, I'm going to remind you about it. Bless you. There is a value to engaging the business community. And so, do you want to consider that you could make a nomination from someone who owns and do you want to provide any guidance to that?
Personally, I think if someone has a stake in this community, whether it be a resident, obviously, or a business owner that has a business in this community, that they ought to qualify.
So I would suggest that the council and the mayor, we come forward with our recommendations, and then if you'd like to expand it to 3 business owners or 2 business owners, are you
I'm
making
not
a
suggesting. I'm
suggestion?
suggesting that I get one, and I can pick a business owner or a citizen within the city.
But I thought you were talking about a business owner that doesn't necessarily live within the city.
Right. So in other words, if
The
they
owner-
have a business, if they have
the
a
business is in the city.
Yes.
is in the city,
But
and I suppose it should be the owner.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah,
gonna
it
say.
shouldn't be an employee
Right.
of that business. It should be the owner of that business.
Okay.
So if they've got a business in this community,
They
and
count
they're
as
the
resident.
owner, or the CEO, if it's a corporation or something, if they have the authority, or a citizen within the city of San Bernardino.
But not an
Citywide, not
employee.
ward-specific.
But not just an employee.
Right.
All right, so, city clerk, can you summarize?
Well, what I have is that you want a 9-member committee with council members to put forward their representatives by the next council meeting, and they should be San Bernardino citizens, not ward-specific, except possibly for some business representatives.
Except
Well,
business residents who have
I didn't hear
Who have
that
a
was
business, right.
representative of a
Business
particular ward. I think that's
owners.
still at large also.
No, the business could be at large. It doesn't have to be from the
Right.
specific ward, but it has to be someone of authority in that business, the president, the CEO, or the owner. I mean,
Okay.
is that too complicated?
No, that's,
Oh, okay.
let me see what I can
I think
do.
we understand.
Okay. I don't have anybody in mind, by the way. I'm just,
Oh, good.
I don't think.
So I have the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia and the second by Mr. Mulvihill. Are you,
And And the
Agreement.
and we know the charge, all those areas not covered by Measure O, with their recommendations by the Christmas holiday, by the end of December, December 31st. I mean, pick a time. I just need to tell the committee what their work is and when.
I would try to do it maybe by mid-December.
Yeah, well, the urgency is depending on your outcomes and investigation on
So
the
mid-December,
deadlines, right? Enough time for us to codify it here on record in 2017.
Okay,
That's
so I
my,
added
that's
that.
my motion.
Okay, I got it.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Please cast your votes.
Waiting for Mr. Charette's vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. So on item 17, the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passed 6-0 with Ms. Marquez absent.
Thank you. Next is item 18. This is to establish a minute order, an ad hoc committee of the City Council to review, discuss, and provide recommendations to the Mayor and City Council related to litigation involving the Water Department.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. I would like to nominate Mr. Charette and myself to this ad hoc committee.
Can we establish it first?
Point of order, because you can nominate, but the selection is not tonight, because the council first needs to establish the ad hoc committee, and
Rationale.
I think first we establish the committee, and then we will fill it with council members.
Okay.
So,
Establish the committee.
I second that.
Second.
thank you. And
I'm ready to push anybody's button here.
Uh-oh. And the
All right.
motion to create the ad hoc committee was made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Mr. Nickel, and it passes 6-0 with Ms. Marquez absent.
thank you. The Councilmember Valdivia has suggested himself, and Councilmember Charette, and so I'll take that under advisement, and I appreciate that recommendation. Next,
Okay,
advisory-
so that's not going to be able to be done tonight. Okay.
Correct. Item number 19 is a report by Councilmember Barrios on the Well Untapped Conference held between August 11th and August 12th, 2017. Councilmember Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Just so that the community know that I've been selected to do a fellowship with the WELL organization, which is Water Education for Latino Leaders. And it's not confined to Latinos. It's any leader, any elected official who has Latinos in the community. So it's pretty much anybody in California. And as of March of this year, 1 weekend a month, I've been traveling to different locations throughout the state of California to learn about the different issues and politics in water throughout the state. And the reason I'm giving a report today is because, sometimes I drive and I need to report that those are city funds that are being used. Whenever I need to fly, the organization covers that cost. So the city's pretty much just reimbursing my gas when I drive to and from, and the organization takes care of the rest. It has been very eye-opening to learn about all the politics that exist in water. It's crazy that there are communities in this state, in this nation, where people cannot drink from the tap. And there's water in California where communities have arsenic in their water and have been living with it for a long time. And it is just now that legislators are starting to listen to make these changes. We are fortunate that we don't have these types of problems. But I've learned a lot with WELL, and I will continue to until February of next year, where we will take our issues up as an organization to the legislators of California. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. I really applaud Councilmember Barrios for having the opportunity to serve and really understand the aspects relating to families and the quality of life. I, too, was part of the initial WELL program back in 2012 when I was first elected here and enjoyed it. My only apprehension, sir, Mr. Barrios, is that this council member is a complete opponent to the perceived or proposed tax of 95 cents per month. There's recent legislation, and I think it was killed in committee if I tracked it correctly. But the 95 cents, they use mass hysteria on flint and lead and whatnot. So I just caution you to really understand, have an open mind that many of our residents are already burdened with additional taxes. But 95 cents, and that hasn't even been blessed or endorsed by California Business Roundtable, California Business Chamber of Commerce. So my caution there is on that water tax that is proposed as a state capital. That would hurt families, hurt businesses, and that's not even the assessed impact on businesses. And my final stab at this tax is that it's a tax on drinking water, but folks, when your water pipes, there's only fresh water via one pipe coming into your home, probably, more than likely, 95% of the time. It's one pipe coming in. And that serves and feeds your washing machine, your toilet. It is non-discriminatory. You turn on your tap water, and that also serves sprinkler water as well. So it's a very ongoing tax that I was alarmed to see that our state capital was trying to pass that. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Does that conclude your report?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item 20. This is a report by Councilmember Mulvihill regarding the Skag Regional Council meeting.
Yes, I'm passing out a little crib sheet regarding the Assembly bills and some Senate bills that have been passed, and what some of the things that SCAG has been up to. SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments. It's our regional council of governments. It's the largest regional planning agency in the country. Has it gotten around to the city attorneys? There we go. But cap and trade, essentially, the goal of cap and trade is to put greenhouse gas reduction onto businesses' ledger sheet, an idea that's been around for at least 30, 40 years. Regardless of what you think about it, it's passed, and I've got more to say about that with regard to lobbying. But the cap and trade was approved for the next 10 years, AB 398. And there's two other bills associated with that. AB 617, which are also passed. AB 617 requires CARB to develop a process for measuring and addressing 6 federally assigned criteria air pollutants. Lastly, also constitutional amendment which would be proposed by then Minority Leader Chad Mays. Constitutional amendment to require 2/3 supermajority before cap and trade revenues can be appropriated. Being a constitutional amendment, it's got to go in front of the voters in June of 2018. Cap and trade expenditures. The cap and trade, the auction of carbon credits was the most successful one they've ever had. They've got $1.4 billion in funds available for sustainable community grants, housing, transportation, clean fuels, and so forth. And I put a little commentary in there. And that's why it's really important for San Bernardino to get involved with this, with our transit center, our transit-oriented development opportunities there in the surrounding neighborhoods, as well as the Central City Mall project is also, it's within a quarter mile, it's also transit-oriented, and it is available for planning grants as well as implementation grants as well. We need to really get looking closely at that. Also, in the legislature right now, there's 2 sets of twin bills, one in the Assembly, one in the Senate. AB 134 and SB 119, out of this Sustainable Communities Grants, already want to appropriate $900 million for zero emission of vehicles, equipment improvement of ports, and again, this is just a selection. If you want to go into more detail, Google these particular bills. And then there's I counted up in terms of AB 109, SB 93, there's a total of $600 million of revenues being requested for transformative climate communities, reduce the emissions from food processors and so forth. Both of those add up to more than $1.4 billion, and so obviously something has to give with regard to that. One of the most interesting aspects of this, on August 30th, a dozen members of the regional council, myself included, as well as SCAG staff, lobbied, it's getting late, 20 key legislative representatives from Southern California. The point is that the SCAG region contains 48% of California's population. It contains 65% of the disadvantaged communities, and yet it's only been receiving 29% of the greenhouse gas reduction funds. The answer that we've gotten back from the grantors is that our applications have not been quite as high quality. So over the past 3 years, SCAG has spent its own money providing advisory support for grant applications from the region, yet the proportions of grants received have not changed. So that was one of the reasons for the lobbying effort, is to impress upon our representatives that really there needs to be more equity in terms of the distribution of grants. Also, in addition to the inequities, is the CARB, the California Air Resources Board, is proposing revisions in terms of the greenhouse gas reduction goals. For the SCAG region, it's upping them from a reduction of 13% to 21% below 2005 levels. That compares with a proposed reduction of 19%, in other words, for the Bay Area. So again, also in terms of equity, Southern California seems to be kind of getting it on the nose. And again, the key effort was to look for more equity in terms of the distribution of cap-and-trade revenues. Now, as you heard more recently, these bills, the remainder bills, have all been passed by the legislature. And as far as I know, the governor has not signed any of them yet. He needs to sign them by September 30th. Basically, SB 2 is a $75 fee on a broad range of real estate transfer documents, not to exceed $225 per transaction. This fee does not apply to residential property sales, although it does apply to residential refinancing, simply because we're probably interested in residential properties. For the first year, half the revenues will be earmarked for local governments to update planning documents, general plans, etc., and zoning ordinances to streamline housing production. So that's something else that we need to be looking into in terms of community development. The remainder, the other 50%, will go to housing community development to assist persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Those proportions will change in the second year, and have to look at the specifics in the document itself. SB 2 is the $4 billion housing bond on the ballot. It's the first in a decade. $3 billion will go to finance existing housing programs, finance infrastructure for infill development, pay for affordable housing matching grant programs. The remaining $1 billion will provide additional funding for veterans assistance in purchasing farms, houses, and mobile homes. And again, that's going to be on the ballot in June of this coming year. SB 35 places limits on discretion of cities and counties not meeting their RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Requirement. In other words, the extent to which environmental reviews can be applied on land already zoned for a developer's proposed amount of housing. SB 5 places a $3.5 billion bond issue used for parks, water infrastructure, environmental purposes. Specifically, for our area, $30 million are earmarked for the Salton Sea habitat. As a side note, SB 5 was kind of a compensation to get more votes for the SB 2 and SB 3. Kind of again, a little incentive for them to vote for that. It's a parks issue, which again, we should be interested in taking a look closer at. And lastly, SB 540 authorizes cities and counties to establish workforce housing opportunity zones by providing an EIR to identify and mitigate impacts from establishing such a zone, adopting a specific plan, and then providing an expedited approval for housing development projects within the zone. SCAG and also League of California Cities did not back SB 35, but they did back SB 540 because the workforce opportunity zones, the city has got some discretion in terms of developing the specific plan, getting public input on the specific plan, but once that's through, then it provides for expedited approvals on housing development projects within these zones. Essentially, housing prices in California are untenable, especially along the coastline. And we're way behind in terms of the housing being produced. We're at least 2 million houses underserved across California in terms of the broad range of affordable housing, apartment housing, et cetera. And the imbalance really seems to be along the coastline. And unfortunately, the RENA numbers, I would suspect that the RENA numbers really should look at solving some of the issues that we have in the coastal communities, and yet it looks as though the RENA numbers are going to be favoring places like the Inland Empire, which is going to cause more people to get on the freeways, which is going to be causing problems. Our housing problem, if we didn't have a housing problem, we would solve our transportation problem. If people could live close where they worked, they wouldn't need to get on the freeway at 8 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's it. And I just encourage you, obviously this is just a quick overview, and to take a look more closely at these individually. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your membership on the SCAG board. It's very helpful, and we appreciate the update. Next is item number 21. Councilman Valdez.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mulvihill, thank you, sir, for your very extensive report. I don't know if it was short, but I enjoy it.
Brief.
It was comprehensive in a lot of ways. I was commenting to Councilman Charette here. If our council doesn't know this, very good work. Very good work. I'm not demeaning your work at all. What I'm suggesting is, if we don't know this, folks, then as policymakers in our community, then I don't know where we're at. But I appreciate it, Mr. Mulvihill. Very good job on concise brevity on some of these items. My point is to Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller, we have to. We learned at the League Annual Expo last week that there is a deadline, and in fact, Councilmember Richard and I were sitting in a session, I think, and we're like, deadline. She asked me, she said, what's the deadline? I said, I think it's budget. So we need to find out when the budget deadline is for this SB2 and all of these deadlines, because we should be the benefactors. We should be hiring our consultant or a grant writer to correspond with these deadlines. If, in fact, the tax is being passed by the state, not us, then we need to be the benefactors of this, and we need to apply, and we need to make sure that. So there shouldn't be any excuse next year, well, we missed a deadline and we didn't know, and all of this. We really need to get on it. Thank you.
Let me just add something to that. San Bernardino has never received a cap-and-trade grant, has never received a cap-and-trade. In fact, it's never applied for a cap-and-trade grant.
That's the question.
It's never applied. It's never applied. Well, again, get to the basic point. But the reality is that one of the key factors in terms of receiving the greenhouse gas reduction funds is being what's the word? We're a disadvantaged community, and we're the most on so many scales. we're the most disadvantaged community in California. And so I've been told many times, Hassan, for one, has simply said, San Bernardino, where are you? And you've got the transit center, you've got Metrolink, and you've got that light rail, and you got the SBX, and you got where are your applications? And so,
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Again, Councilmember Mulvihill and I have talked about this. Part of being competitive for that is really aligning with other people in the region. It's also having the support of the Strategic Growth Council and the environmental justice groups. And so while I recognize there have not been applications filed, there's a lot of pre-work you need to do beyond just filing the application. And we've been fortunate, the county has now included the city of San Bernardino. The county also, by the way, we aren't the only one in the Inland Empire that's not applying for the cap and trade funds. I think Hassan, a very dear friend, and has told me it's this whole region that has not really applied for funding and really been aggressive, despite the fact that we have a lot of disadvantaged communities here, and we also have very high populations, so that would benefit from something like that. So, he's been disappointed with this region as a whole, not just city of San Bernardino, but the county of San Bernardino has done a lot of work to try to make themselves better prepared to be a recipient of that, make their applications much more successful in the future by having regular meetings with the Strategic Growth Council and the environmental justice groups, and they have agreed to engage us. We've already started having those kinds of discussions with them so that as we identify projects that are available for funding, then we already have the relationships in the region to be able to make our application much more supportable by those that are going to make the funding decisions. So, again, it's a long process. It's not just filing the application and getting the money. It's identifying those key projects that can change your community, having the relationships with some of the agencies that support those and have a lot of weight when it comes to making those funding decisions. And that's a relationship that you have to build for a very long time. So, again, we've started that process so that as we identify projects that are, and we have a lot of them that are being discussed now that would be good beneficiaries of that kind of funding. So now we have the projects, have the relationships, and then we can make the applications for the funding.
And as I recall, when I was made aware that we had an opening and made the recommendation for Councilman Mulvihill to participate on that, and gave us the opportunity once again to be at that table. And so we were able to take advantage of that opening and appreciate Councilman Mulvihill's willingness to participate on that. Next is item 21. This is an adopted resolution of the Mayor and City Council of San Bernardino authorizing the city manager or her designee to execute an agreement between the City of San Bernardino and San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce to provide support services for Rendezvous Back to Route 66 2017 event. Yes.
Mayor and members of the council, first of all, I wanted to mention that we have our Chamber Executive Director, Judy Penman, in the audience, and Judy's been terrific. This is an annual event. It's an important event in our community. We just talked about grant funding and cap and trade funding. Part of the way we attract development to our community is by demonstrating that we have a vibrant community, one that's engaged in activities, and this is one of those events that attracts a lot of energy and excitement about our community, so it's an important one. As I look around at systems that need to be repaired and good processes put in place, we provide a level of support, albeit I'm sure Ms. Penman would hope that we could provide more support, but we provide a level of support to the event that now the Chamber has assumed responsibility for coordinating. In the past, we've given her a financial contribution, and in exchange for that, she pays for certain services from the city. There's never really been a formalized agreement, and I think to her credit, we've provided services, and in some cases she's received bills from us because she receives one amount of money from us, but the reality, the services that we use to support that program probably are much higher. This, in many cases, has been done absolutely administratively, And I know you realize that the city supports that event, but I think it's really important that these kinds of decisions about use of city dollars come to the council. This one was one of those things that we've been planning for a long time when I thought about it and reflected on what their needs were. And I think we're probably better served recognizing that if we are going to support this event, we staff it and police it in a way that we feel comfortable is going to protect the safety of the patrons there and the safety of our community members, that we provide the support that we think we need from a Parks and Recreation perspective to support the event and ensure it's successful, and then really not send the chamber a bill. So this has all been done administratively in the past. I think it's important instead this year, and I'm going to have Jim kind of walk through the thought process that we developed, but we think it's probably better serves the community if we have an agreement that the council knows about. We've committed, they can then rely on our commitment, and I think this is a better model going forward for all sorts of activities that we do in cooperation with other agencies. So Jim's going to walk through kind of our rationale, and we're recommending that we, at this point, enter into an agreement so that we provide certain services to support this event.
I do have a real quick PowerPoint presentation that I'll run you guys through, and it's going to be brief. I know it's getting late, so I'm not going to stretch it out, but it's just going to take a couple of minutes, and it's just a little bit of history about the event, and then it moves into where the event is headed and the growth that the event has seen in the past couple of years since they moved it downtown. So the chamber took the event under their wing in 2013. They had a two-day event at San Manuel Stadium, and over the 2 days it drew about 5,000 participants and roughly about 500 cars. They came to the city in 2015 and thought that it was time to move the event back down to the downtown area and turn it back into more of a community involved event. And what we found once they moved it downtown and the city really got on board with the support was that we had an attendance of about 7,500 and about 500 registered cars. That was the initial event that was held in the downtown area. Last year, 2016, was the second in the downtown, and we hosted over 15,000 participants or attendees, I should say, for that event, and the registration of the cars jumped up to 900. So you can see that it's gained traction since we've moved it downtown and really got behind the event with the Parks and Recreation and Police Department and the city services that have been provided. Again, this year we're expecting the same growth patterns. I believe we're looking at over 1,000 cars, or expectations are that it's going to hit over 1,000 cars this year. We've expanded the route. You can see the map. The borders go from the north on 5th Street all the way down to south end of 2nd Street. It's going to cover from Arrowhead over to Court Street. There's the designated cruise route in there where they've expanded it to three beer gardens throughout the footprint. So again, it's expanding, and we are supporting this event, and we have supported it, and Judy and her group have worked tirelessly. So for us, we feel that I feel that it's something that we want to support, want to continue to support, and continue to grow. It's not at the level that it was when we were drawing 500,000 attendees over a 4-day period, but it's definitely gaining traction, and it's an event that the community can gather around. If you haven't been out to the event since it's been downtown, you really need to come out, spend some time out there. It's a diverse crowd, and the community involvement, just the sense of community for that day is something special, and something that I will continue to support, and we're going after it wholeheartedly. So here's a quick demographic, or a quick graphic, I should say, of what we provide, and it's in the staff report. I won't go into it line by line, but obviously the big contribution from the city is the public safety. We want to make sure that our attendees and participants feel that they're involved in an event that they're going to be safe. It's going to be a good family environment. And it's also a good opportunity for our public safety officers to get out and have a personal encounter with the public that they serve. So we do have a heavy burden on the police department. Parks and Recreation, we provide the logistical services. You'll see my guys out there running like crazy, making sure that the event's clean and everybody's having a good time, making sure that vendors have power. Public Works does the street closures, and they're going to give access to the parking lot. Our registration this year, check-in registration is going to be in the parking lot of the Carousel Mall, so it doesn't impact the traffic flow like it has in the past. So Judy and her group have done a great job of changing what needs to be changed year to year to make sure that the event gets better and better each year. So that's the slideshow presentation that I have for you. And again, like the city manager had mentioned in the beginning, the agreement that we're bringing forward to you for you guys' approval, hopefully tonight, is an agreement that explains what it is and identifies what it is that the city is agreeing to provide for this event, and it's not different from what we've provided in the past. It's just detailed now, and we felt like it's something that we should bring to the council, and so you guys have a full view of what we're actually contributing and what that value is. Again, Andrea and I have talked about what we need to do in the future to address this during the budgeting process and identify these things as we budget, so you guys as a council have an opportunity to look at the events that we have and make choices as to what we're going to get behind and what we're going to have to pull away from. But this is definitely an event that I feel we should stay behind. I know Andrea supports it, and I'm relatively sure that our council supports it as well.
Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, well, I wholeheartedly support this event. I think we have a downtown that I'm optimistic will once again grow and improve, and I think this type of event brings our community back into our downtown, reminds us that we do have a downtown, that it's a place where we can congregate and enjoy our time and spend our money. And that's ultimately, I think, what we need to really focus in on. I think this is a very modest investment in really highlighting the fact that we have a downtown that we can certainly be proud of and look forward to growing and making an even more vibrant place. So I support it. I think that, and I appreciate this coming forward and being forthcoming with what the costs are. I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised it's this modest. I thought it might be a little bit more, and I know there's a lot of residual benefit that comes to our community from this that can in some ways have a dollar amount affixed to it, but in many ways can't. And I think you're absolutely right. The 2 years I've attended since I've been on the council, I've just been really reminded that we have a great city, and I think this event really brings that to everyone's attention. So I support it. I'll move for approval if it's necessary that we adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Councilman Schreck.
Go ahead. Thank you. And I just wanted to thank the Chamber because, again, the purpose is not to not demonstrate support for the event. I just think it's important. This is a policy decision, and while we kind of talked about it in the budget process and we included the costs, I mean, they are all dollars that you've already invested in that budget, but still we think it's important that we demonstrate, and the council has a chance to realize you have an agreement with them, we're providing certain service to them, and again, it goes back to the idea that we need to move the policy things to the council so that the council is making those decisions. So I appreciate her not being concerned about it when I raised the issue.
Councilman Schreck.
I just will echo Henry's comments. I've been participating in this in one way or another for over 20 years. As I said earlier, Judy called me out at the council meeting and said, well, I hadn't registered my car, and indeed I had not, because I'm going to be in Reno that week for my daughter's wedding, which I certainly can't miss that, Judy, even for an event like this. I just don't think. But I was going to say, my car will be there. My car will be there. So, a good friend of mine's car is on the poster this year, so I'm a huge supporter of this event, as I think everybody probably knows. And congratulations on keeping it here, Judy, and keeping it in San Bernardino, and together working with the Chamber and the city. And it's a great event, and I'm not sure we want to really grow it as big as it got. I thought so. I wanted you to say that. I didn't want to say it because bigger, is not always better. And this is an event that has come back, I think, really, and it's growing just the right way, and we can control the growth. And of course, along with the other event that we'll be having in November out at the airport, another car show and air show. We've got some great events in this community that we all need to be proud of and need to be supporting, and I think everybody is. So, again, I'm very supportive of this, and I will be missed. I will miss this. Thank you.
Councilman Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. If we're not going to let it grow so big, what is our cap for the future of this event? Like, how big are we going to let it grow?
Yeah, it's just managed growth.
Okay. Okay. I do support this event, and it's one of the things I grew up here in the city looking forward to. That one weekend where all the cars were downtown, and growing up, I really appreciated, the show. We are approving what I think I saw was around $36,000 in services to the chamber, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that's the value of the services, and as you can see in there, it's not. We're not asking for additional funding to commit to this. This is funding that is budgeted in this year's budget and has been budgeted in the past. This is just an attempt to identify what the costs are, so that there's some transparency, and you guys know it's easy and it's proper for you guys to support the event. We just want to make sure that you guys know what the contribution is on the behalf of the city when you are pressing that yes button tonight. So
okay. And my second question is as far as revenues that are generated from this for either the city or the chamber, what does that look like?
Do you know, and Judy can, as she comes to the podium, at this point.
Would you like to come to the podium?
And each year, I think that we as staff will look at what she's anticipating she's going to make, because she does do a lot of work to develop sponsorships and things, but really at this point, they're not making a lot of money from it. And so I think at some point we may, if she grows it to the point where it's a financial windfall for her, then we may have a different recommendation to you. But this year we felt comfortable providing the services. She wouldn't be able to dictate how she gets the services. We will just police it, and we're going to provide some support to it. Future years we may have a different recommendation if it is a moneymaker for them.
We have kept the cost very low. Our car people pay much less than they did the first time around. I think Fred can attest to that. In fact, the car guys themselves said that they would raise the amount because the chamber did need extra funds. So in the beginning, we were only charging $25, and this year we charge $35. And that really is low, isn't it, Fred?
Yeah, it includes a T-shirt.
Yes.
So the participants get a fair.
And it's all about the cars. We're not making it about anything else. It's about the cars. And we also have kept the vendor fees much, much, much lower than they were in the past, so that the vendors can be happy. And we try to keep with the same vendors, and they've been very happy with who we have. And or they've been happy with the way that they've been able to make some money. And as I mentioned the last time, we've also made it available for our local legitimate nonprofits to be able to have a free booth in the area, either for their propaganda or to sell something, so that it is a community event. And I wanted to mention, too, that I was very pleased this past year in our leadership class, we had a dean from San Bernardino Valley College. And when I said we needed volunteers, because believe me, we were having a very difficult time getting volunteers, she said, I'll get you some volunteers from Valley College. And she got some Valley-bound students. Did I say that right? I'm sorry, I've been freezing to death tonight. Valley-bound students. She got me 170 volunteers.
Wow. That's great.
And I know they'll show up because they have to get certificates or whatever it is from Valley. And that was like, just manna from heaven. And then Sergeant Sandoval is going to have some of our explorers there, and they'll be supervised from cops. And we mainly need them to take care of the traffic, because it is. And I know we had more than 15,000 people there. I mean, that was just a slight estimate. But as far as the profit goes, we need to keep the doors open at the chamber. And this is really helping us do that, because we work nonstop, and we only have 3 employees, and we're only there 1 day a week altogether because of furlough days. And so this really is helping us keep the doors open. But we give a nice donation to the DAV, the Disabled Veterans Group, and that's our nonprofit that we support. So we don't make a lot of money, and we don't receive big dollars from a lot of sponsors. Our largest sponsor is Loma Linda University Health, and they pay for the T-shirts for the car guys. And then Alta Vista Credit Union pays for the T-shirts for the volunteers. And then the next, San Manuel is a first-time sponsor this year, and they're paying for First Responders Row. That was something that we figured that they would like to sponsor, and that's going to be for all kinds of, vehicles. And then the rest of them are just real small sponsors, so we just don't get a lot of sponsors, as everybody knows who has a nonprofit. But we're grateful for everything we get. We're grateful for the people. And I have to tell you this, and this probably isn't nice to say, but I like to gloat, and you'll like to hear it. People who went to that other car show last weekend came back. And what they don't like about it, the car people, is that they're just running their cars in that one street. And the officers over there don't let them rev their engines because they're in a residential area. Remember, I'm not a car person, so I don't know all that stuff. But the officers were out there going, keep the noise down. But we let them do everything they want to, and the streets here are large. And this
Well,
is
not
the
everything. Not everything.
All right, true, not everything. You're right. But I mean, they get to rev their engines, and the streets are large. So if their cars get overheated, there's a place for them to go off. And this is the tradition. This is where they want to cruise. I said, why do people want to come to San Bernardino and cruise? But of course, I did it. It was fun. I never had a car to cruise, but I cruised with other people. But this is the tradition. This is where they want to be. And when they come in, they don't want to go someplace else. They want to come here. So thank you very much for supporting this. We really appreciate it. And this is where we need to be. I'm not doing this for me, believe me. I'm doing this for this city. And it's good to get people here for a change instead of someplace else. So thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, and thank you, City Manager, for bringing this forward. I think that this will help the city as well as the Chamber to understand quite a bit ahead of time what the expectation is, so that there's not a last-minute rush to try to clarify the terms. So we're, I think, headed on the right direction in that regard. Councilmember Richard?
Yes. I just wanted to thank Judy for all of her hard work. I remember Route 66 as a child, and even still now, I'm like you, I don't get it. I'm not a car person. I don't get why everybody want to stand around and look at them cars, but okay. It's about community and the community getting together, so I support it 100%, and, we hope to see more of this in San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you. Please cast your votes.
On item 21, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette, and it passed 5-0 with Mr. Valdivia and Ms. Marquez absent.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next is item 22, adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino authorizing the city attorney to execute an agreement with Thompson West to provide online legal research services to the city attorney's office and to authorize the issuance of a purchase order.
Move approval. Second.
Please cast your votes.
On item 22, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passed 5-0.
Thank you very much. Next is item 23. During the U.S. Conference Mayor's Annual Meeting that I attended in Miami, Michael Bloomberg announced the American Cities Initiative, a comprehensive set of investments that will spur innovation to tackle local challenges. The first opportunity of the American Cities Initiative is the 2017 Mayor's Challenge. The program aims to help hundreds of cities develop, test, and implement bold solutions to emerging challenges. The highlights of the program include, as are listed here, the city of San Bernardino qualified as one of the first 300 cities to sign up for the challenge and will be hosting a full-day workshop session which is designated to provide municipal officials with cutting-edge strategies and tools to identify and address the most pressing concerns. The workshop is scheduled for tomorrow, September 21st, and we've invited members of the city team and neighborhood association representatives to attend and participate in that. As many as 35 champion cities will then win up to $100,000 each to test and refine their ideas. And 5 Mayor Challenge winners will be selected based on the idea's vision for tackling an urgent challenge, potential for impact and successful implementation, and potential spread to other cities. One city will win a $5 million grand prize, and 4 other cities will receive $1 million implementation awards. So we're excited for this program. We'll be kicking it off tomorrow. The event will be actually held here in the council chambers. It's an all-day event from 9 o'clock until 4 p.m. We're looking forward to that. Next, we will have...
Question.
Yes.
When we win the $5 million, where are we going to spend it? Have you thought about that yet?
I have thought about that.
Okay. So you've got something in mind.
But we'll reserve the announcement until we are selected.
Well,
yes. There was quite a bit of discussion earlier about, actually I don't think I can talk about that because I recused myself, so anyway. Public speakers, we now will turn to Taylor Jean.
Hi, I was here last meeting. Just to recap, I was here to talk about San Bernardino's homeless people problem. I want to see less homeless people in San Bernardino and I want to have them get jobs, and I want to help the unemployment rate go down and a bunch of stuff. And I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm actually really serious about this because I have done my homework on this. I know that the homeless count this year has only gone down 1% from last year, and 9.5% of them are people 18 to 26 years old. And those people, that means they haven't been exposed to much. So they can still be helped a lot more than the elders that are like 46 to... I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean like they've had less experience on the streets and things like that. So they're going to be in the motion to where they actually want to get out of it more, and they're going to have more motivation than others. And San Bernardino's unsheltered homeless count this year as of May 2017 was 226, I believe, give or take a few. I'm not for sure because I left my actual speech at home. Sorry. But I know that because I've checked multiple sites, and including our own San Bernardino City website. I got a lot of information, and us having the highest unsheltered homeless people compared to other cities as of Rialto, Colton, things like that, who only have 20, maybe 8, 2, things like that is pretty sad. And I want to be the city that represents, like, to show that we can help people and we can actually move on with this. So I want to know who I can go to and who I can speak to give out my ideas and help see this problem actually go away. So I want to know which one of you guys I actually can go to and talk to figure how to further this and make it not a problem anymore.
We appreciate your input. The city is actually in the process of contracting with a intervention specialist related to homelessness, as I believe, and that will hopefully be taking place very soon.
A couple things, and she can, if you want to wait after the meeting, I do have another meeting to go to. We have to resume our closed session, but I will make sure you have my business card and know how to contact me, and then our staff will sit down and talk to you. But we are looking at our options related to, we have terrific county support services through Step Up on Second. They offer a really extensive program with the goal of trying to provide opportunities for homeless individuals to gain employment, to gain job opportunities, to repair credit issues or criminal records and things, but the goal is ultimately to get them housed and get them employed so they can be self-sufficient. So terrific program. We are in the process of requesting a proposal from them to provide services directly in San Bernardino. Right now we rely on county workers, people who are working really region-wide. And so that will be coming back before the council in the near term. And in the meantime, the city council has done really a remarkable job at building units for transitional housing and things. So again, we will speak to her, talk about the efforts that have been made so far, and some of the things that we see on the horizon to try to assist us further. And I will make sure she has my business card before we resume our other meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brady Boyette.
Hi, I'm here to support Taylor in this fight against San Bernardino's homeless problem. Well, I mean, as a kid, we don't have any like parks or places to go to that are like clean or where you can go without getting like hit up for like money or anything like that. Well, if it doesn't affect us, well, it could like if you go outside and ask anybody. Like on the street, does San Bernardino have like a homeless problem or anything? 9 out of 10 people would probably say yes. Well, if you think we aren't serious, like next meeting or something, we'll have about 10 people or 10 other people or so to support our thing or whatever. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I comment? Mayor, I'd like
Councilman Bashar.
One of the things I want to recommend to both of you guys is the County of San Bernardino has a department, a TAY Center, Transitional Age Youth, and they have a youth advisory committee, and you guys might want to check that out. Maybe see if you guys can serve on the homeless committee for the youth. Okay.
What office do they go to?
You want to go to the TAY Center. It's called the Transitional Age Youth. It's under the Behavioral Health Department.
It's located at 780 East Gilbert Street. It's in the second ward. I can give you the number to the director there myself, and so we'll talk after the meeting.
Thank you. I would like to just clarify that as of the last point in time count that was held in January 2017, the homeless population in the city of San Bernardino actually dropped from 908 that was counted in 2013 to 491 as of the homeless count in 2017. So the drop has actually been pretty dramatic. Countywide, the drop was 455 during that same period of time. And so we represented 417 of the 455 reduction, which means that the city of San Bernardino represented 90% of the reduction countywide in the homeless population. And part of that is because of the efforts that the city has put forward. We have done quite a bit in terms of our efforts. One of those things that we've done in the past, as we talked about, was the efforts that Step Up on Second will have, plus some of the projects that have been put forward. So the city of San Bernardino has done a significant amount of work in trying to address the homeless problem. So thank you very much for your interest. Robert Porter.
Little history lesson today. Mayor, council, good people. I'm going to be reading in the San Bernardino County Sun, Thursday, June 22nd, 1916. The Arrowhead Hotel is host to hundreds at a banquet. I'm going halfway through into the article. Mr. Marshall speaking, being reported on by the Sun Reporter. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be with you tonight and help rejoice over a good job well done. I do not come as a stranger, but as one claiming the privilege of an old settler. For I lived in this valley for over a year, 36 years ago, 1880 to 1881. I wish to take advantage of this occasion to call to your attention the value of the Arrowhead Mountain as one of the greatest assets San Bernardino has. You have here a unique trademark, a rare universal symbol, not small or obscure, but large and majestic, a giant arrowhead, perfect from shank to point, and in keeping with its suburb surroundings. It is set upon the hill where it cannot be hid, 3,500 feet above the ocean, 1,375 feet long, 450 feet wide, and covering 7.5 acres, visible for 30 miles to the naked eye. Other cities may have their Mount Rainier or Pikes Peak, but we have our Arrow blazing. It has been here for the ages, a great magnet that has drawn men from all races and all tribes to this wonderful valley, and in fact, which led to its discovery and settlement. It was a magnet that drew wandering tribes of Indians into the valley of wonderful richness long before Cabrillo landed in San Diego. Wild tribes came from the desert through the Cajon and San Gregonio passes to bathe in the healing waters at the foot of the Great Arrow. Here they built their temescals or sweat houses, and after being nearly suffocated by steam, plunged into the cold water of Waterman Creek, a heroic treatment that would kill or cure, and either way made a good Indian. In 1774, it was on March 14, 1774, 2 years before the Declaration of Independence in the East, and Captain Bautista de Anza stood in the San Gregonio Pass and named the valley below the Valley of St. Joseph, after the foster father and his savior. It was the highest tribute he could pay, for to him it was like a dream of paradise, after a purgatorio of the desert he had passed through. It is known that the captain stayed sometime in the valley to recuperate before going to San Gabriel, and it was his reports to the mission of the many Indian rancherias and wonderful fertility of the Valley of Plenty, as to the Gachawamas called it, which led the good fathers to initially establish a mission here. It was May 20th, 1810, before Pedro Francisco Dumes established a little storehouse and branch mission in Potolana, which is on the little ridge north of Colton. And I will finish my speech on the next one.
To be continued. Thank you. Carmel Rowe.
I'd like to commend those children for coming up here and speaking up. It takes guts to come up here and speak up. I too have a problem with the homeless issue and the beds all over town and the tires all over town. We have a quality of life team, but in the last week I've just seen an abundance of beds all over town. I've seen one too many prostitutes for me to handle. I pretty much have to make my kids cover their eyes to drive around the city. If we had been regulating and taxing prostitution for all these years, we would have never been in bankruptcy. We got to do something. I've been recently told that we no longer have vice, and so there's nobody even enforcing any of this. I also know that there was some people doing things right there on the corner of G and 6th, and there's a school right there. I think that now that we have this transit center, maybe we should move the Greyhound bus station, because it is a lot of problem. There is a lot. You might as well just say the word sex going on in this city outside. And quite honestly, I'm worried about disease in this city. I'm worried that we might not even be able to breathe outside with some of the things that are going on. I mean, couches, beds, fields, you name it. There's been a real big, I'm a landlord, there's been a real big epidemic of bed bugs. And when you walk by, they can get on you, and then they can go home with you. So we might want to address these things, and I hear you guys, we are making progress, but when there are people allowed to do these kind of things in the middle of the street, and I've watched it with my own eyes, it's a problem. I have stopped them. I have seen them behind trash cans. I've sent security out to stop them. You know, I see pregnant women on Baseline out there prostituting, and it's a problem. One of the street lights that needs to be addressed is Baseline and Stoddard. The light flickers on and off. It's very dark. People do things in the middle of the street, and because we're on TV, I don't even think I can say the things, okay? But it's a problem, and I'd like you guys to really, really, really think about it. I really, 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 really hate to come out one day and we all be quarantined because there's some sort of diseases in the air from the bodily fluids that are going around. I'd also like to say I was in the city clerk's new office today with a meeting, and I almost got stuck in the elevator. I really like City Hall a lot better, and I'd appreciate it if these city buildings that you guys rented or you put your employees or city staff or elected officials were up to code, and I don't think being stuck in the elevator would be up to code. I also was stuck in the other elevator, but thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Shirley Harlan?
I don't have a resolution, but this is as important because there's a lot of us that are 50 and over that this is for the 2017 Inland Empire Senior Games. And it's not just something local. It's very wide. I'm here representing the Senior Affairs Commission. I thought there'd be more here, but I'm sure that at this time we're not going to get anybody else but me here representing it. The important thing is that we got to get the information out. It starts September 29th, and it's through October 7th. I was at a meeting in Glendora, and when I talked about the senior games and told them about it, Pat Connor said that he was in these Olympic Games for seniors are not just local here in the parks and recreation. They go on all over. And in 1995, to distract himself from anxiety and needed surgery for prostate cancer, he was in a competition in a senior games. And he won several trophies. It was in archery. And he registered and completed, though he did not win any medals, he says. He thoroughly enjoyed the competition that would encourage anyone to participate. Actually, it reminded me that back when I was younger, I was in one of the games for my age, and I won playing tennis. Now, we hope that the schedule of events, that some of you will participate or show up and help to show your support for it. If people will go to the city website, your main page, it is up there, and you can look at the detail of the schedule. It starts September 29th. The opening ceremonies are in Fontana. And then there's tennis. There is a walk or run. That's at Loma Linda Drayson Center. And there's billiards. There's swimming and horseshoes. I got a picture of a horseshoe to show you. But I didn't bring a basketball. There's also basketball. There's bowling, hot shot, softball. And on October 6th, we have a senior resource health fair. That's at our 5th Street Senior Center. And the closing ceremonies are on October 7th with a special dance. That's at 5th Street. So the opening ceremonies are on September 29th. And they're in Fontana. And all that information is detailed on the website, and that's appreciated. Lakeisha Jackson said she would get more of these to you tonight, and I hope she did. And if not, I'll call her again tomorrow to see that you get it. You have 30,000 people in each of your wards.
and I hope you have a way that you can get the message out to them, because this brings a lot of people, just like the Route 66 and just like the other ones. But unfortunately, we don't get the message out in the same way. And we have a lot of seniors who are 50 and over, and doing your personal best helps you keep moving around. So come on, let's get the racket up and let's get everybody notified. And I hope that you will participate as members of the council and get the word out and help.
Thank you. Appreciate you bringing that information to our attention. Do we have any other speaker slips? Thank you. All right. Councilman Mulvihill.
Just one announcement. Community builders. Community builders that meet at the First Congregation United Church of Christ on on Sierra Way at 3041 North Sierra Way. Used to meet the first Wednesday of the month, but since the council meetings have been shifted, they're going to be meeting now on the second Wednesday of the month. So community builders will be meeting on the second Wednesday of the month, which in October is going to be, I guess, October 11th. If you have any questions, please contact Myra Elder at 909-886-1566. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So in the Inland Empire, there has been a shortage in construction jobs, or not construction jobs, but people that can be employed in construction. So the BIA, along with the San Bernardino Community College District, along with the Workforce Development Department, is having a job exploration day. It's going to be on September the 29th. At 9 o'clock a.m. It's going to be at the Community College District at 124 South Del Rosa Drive in San Bernardino. And what this is what we understand is there's about 100 construction jobs available. And in order to get or to qualify for one of these jobs, you have to be at this event. So they're looking for about 300 people to show up to this event. You have to go on the BIA's website and register in advance, but there are jobs out there, and we need everybody to get back to work that are out of work. Another thing is I want to, Carmen Rowe left. I talked last week about illegal dumping, and I talked to some of the community members about it and tried to get them, okay, if you see something, say something. And I know yesterday morning my cousin was dropping her son off at Arroyo Valley High School, and in broad daylight, there was a truck dumping illegal stuff right outside of the school. She did ask him to stop. He did pull off. But I say that if we see something, if we say something, maybe it will stop. It's really just alarming to see that people would just really do this and in broad daylight in front of kids. I just ask that you guys, please, if you see something, say something, and let's get a handle on this illegal dumping. Thank you.
Councilmember Nickel.
Thank you, Mayor. Two announcements this Friday from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. On the campus of Cal State University here in San Bernardino. There will be a celebration of California Native American Day. This is free to the public. There will be food celebrations, so the public is invited to attend. It's a great event, and I hope to see you all there. Also on Friday, October 6th, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., the 18th Annual Tachikawa San Bernardino Sister Cities Golf Tournament will take place at Shandon Hills Golf Club, address 3380 North Little Mountain Drive. For more information, please contact Jeanette Avila at 951-232-0934. This tournament helps cover the costs of the Sister Cities program. It's a great program that allows students from San Bernardino to travel to Japan and also for students from Japan to visit our city here. So again, Friday, October 6th, 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Shandon Hills Golf Course. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Schritt.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to recognize the passing of a retired fire captain from the city of San Bernardino with over 30 years of service. Retired over 20 years ago. His name is John Terry, a dear and close friend of mine. I want to pass along my condolences to his wife, Penny, and the entire Terry family. He passed away this past Saturday night, the 16th of September, and again, my condolences to the Terry family. And John was a great guy. Again, a retired captain from the City of San Bernardino Fire Department. And I'd like to ask the mayor if he would close in his memory, to this evening's meeting in his memory. And then the announcements that I have are tomorrow evening, Thursday, September 21st, the meeting of Dr. Nag. That's the Del Rosa Neighborhood Action Group meeting. They meet at the Native Sons of the Golden West building. That's at 2701 Del Rosa Avenue. That's actually the northeast corner of Del Rosa Avenue and Date Place. For further information, you can contact Claudia Oakes at 909-882-3033. I don't know if I said it, but that's at 7 o'clock in the evening. And then I guess tomorrow evening, too, I don't know if anyone else is announcing that, the National Orange Show is having its Charities Wine and Food Under the Stars National Orange Show Event Center. Contact 909-888-6788, extension 415. That's always a fun, kind of nice event, wine and food under the stars, and get a taste of San Bernardino restaurants. Tuesday, September 26th, the 40th Street Business Watch will be meeting at the American Legion Post 777, 194 East 40th Street. For further information, you can contact Clint Walton, Officer Clint Walton, at 909-388-4925. Again, this is modeled after the downtown business group that's been meeting down on South Arrowhead and has really managed to pull in a great group of people. This is for anybody that wants to attend, but it's really directed at the business community on the 40th Street corridor. So if you're in that area or in the business area, anywhere on the 40th Street corridor or in that general area, please try to attend. Again, that's on Tuesday morning, September 26th at 9:30 a.m. Okay, and then Saturday, September 30th, there's going to be a community dump day at Wildwood Park, 53060 40th Street. That's between the hours of 8 a.m. and 11 a.m., 40th Street and Waterman. The people to contact there is Burtec, our trash people, 909-889-1969. Again, that's Saturday, September 30th at Wildwood Park to bring community dump day. That same day at 10 a.m., the Dr. Nag bench dedication. That's, again, the Del Rosa Neighborhood Association or Neighborhood Action Group bench dedication ceremony in honor of Evelyn Alexander. They'll be placing a bench similar to the one that was done for Mayor Pat Morris up at Wildwood. That'll be at the Hampshire floodway located between Golden and Harrison, just below 40th Street. Again, the contact there, if you'd like to attend or participate in any way, is Claudia Oakes at 909-882-3033. And I think everyone knows who Evelyn Alexander is. She was very, very active, president of the Del Rosa Neighborhood Action Group for I don't know how long. She kept saying she wouldn't be president again and always ended up being. But she did pass away this past year, and they will be recognizing her and honoring her with a monument there in the form of a park bench at the Hampshire Floodway. That's the again located at between Golden and Harrison on 40th Street. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Friday, September 22nd, this Friday, Time for Change is having the grand opening of their new location located at 2164 Mount View Avenue. So RSVP, go to imoreno@timeforchangefoundation.org or call 909-886-2994, and that grand opening will be at 11 a.m. Same day, Friday, September 2nd at 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., Librería del Pueblo 2017 Legacy of Exemplary Service Awards recognition dinner will be held at the National Orange Show Renaissance Room. To RSVP, call 951-675-1489, and tickets are $65. On Saturday, September 23rd, at 6 p.m., Miss Cardinal Pageant will be held at the Sturgis Theater for the Fine Arts, where I will be a judge. So for more information on that, contact Jamie Rios at 909-881-8217. On Wednesday, September 22nd, the San Bernardino Southwest District Coffee with a Cop will be held. I'm pretty sure they changed it to the Jack in the Box located on Highland Avenue by the Home Depot. To confirm, contact Eileen Hards at 909-384-5694, and they'll be having their meeting at 9 a.m. On Tuesday, October 3rd, I just want to remind everybody that we do have the Crime Intervention Partnership Program meetings that are being held at 710 North D Street, which is the police department. For more information, contact Shauna Gates at 909-384-4818. And this month, on September 8th and on September 19th, Mexico suffered from some very, very catastrophic earthquakes. On the 8th, it was 8.1, and as most of us know, yesterday it was 7.1. The night before the earthquake on September 19th, there was actually one in LA. And I just want to remind everybody that can realistically be us tomorrow, and be prepared with food, water, and get involved with our CERT team in the community so that you can be an asset to those families that are in need and be a part of the group of people that are prepared to go help our community. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney?
No, Mayor.
City Manager? No. I want to thank Councilman Barrios for reminding us of the devastating earthquake that recently took place. Our hearts and prayers are with all of those families and survivors that are struggling to rebuild their lives. Also, those who have been impacted by the recent hurricanes that seem to have been magnified over this hurricane season. Our thoughts and prayers go out for those families also. I received a letter from Solomon Rosas, the consul here in the city of San Bernardino. As many of you know, the city of San Bernardino hosts a Mexican consul. And on our mayor's Facebook, we will post that letter. In keeping with the request by Councilman Charette, we will close this meeting in memory of Captain John Terry, former San Bernardino Fire Department, retired with over 30 years of service, who passed away. And we appreciate Councilman Charette bringing that information to our attention. This meeting is not adjourned yet. We will be moving from here back into closed session. We will come back here to adjourn our meeting after the closed session so that we can report anything that is, any actions that are taken at that time. This portion of our meeting is concluded. Thank you.